we still live in the greatest nation on earth, and birthright citizenship has helped us maintain that status. We are better than the jus sanguinis only countries in Europe. I don't want to be Europe. I don't want to be Germany. I don't want to be France. I don't want to be any of these other countries. I want to be American. And I think that it is baked into our culture that we have birthright citizenship. It is understood. Everyone, it's baked into the cake. Finally, I think that morally, we should not punish a child for the sins of their father. And we can deal with all the problems with immigration, all the problems with asylum, all the problems with birth tourism in other ways. It does not impact them as much. I think that it is not healthy or not useful to the child to strip them of that right that we give at their birth, right? I think that would be doing them a disservice, and I don't want to do that. But thank you for hosting the debate, Sarah. Thank you, Kai, for coming and doing some rhetorical sparring. And
of course,
yeah, it's been fun, and hopefully we can do it again sometime. There we go.
That was a swell debate. Thank you so much, Wick and Kai. To the audience, if you are interested in joining for open panel Q&A, I have been dropping the link to join the backstage into the live chat over here on the Raging Tomato. What we're going to do, gentlemen, is we're going to get through the super chats. And then we will bring up our panel so that they can join and ask you questions or make their commentary. And then, of course, we'll go into open floor because our audience over here has sponsored the goal all the way. So they get full gauntlet mode this evening. So congratulations. All right. And gentlemen, if you do want to drop that StreamYard link into your live chats, you're more than welcome to. We welcome all audiences from everywhere. All right. Shout out to Robert Paulson with the big 20. He says, this is because of Wick. Wick, are you sending love over here?
We are sending love over here.
Aww,
we gotta share the wealth. I love spreading the wealth. Okay.
Fair enough. Thank you so much. And of course, Spin City is coming in hot. He is backstage waiting, and I can already hear the arguments coming in. No more anchor babies, which he confirmed with his next message that says, no more anchor babies, period. We love you, Spin. I'm excited to have you on. Also, he sends in another 20 for credit and fuck your goal. Sorry, Kai.
It's okay.
Shout out to the chat. If you know the membership emoji, go ahead and hit it. But you guys did hit the goal, so congratulations to you all. Mr. Tom Carpenter is in for the night, but he sends in the big 50 on CASHAPP to say, I hope you have a great night. Thank you so much, Tom, and thank you so much for supporting our gauntlet mode per usual. Also, Iotin in the chat sending in love. She sends in the tomato tax with the big 10, adding to the goal. James asks a question, gentlemen. He says, how is not granting citizenship to children of illegal aliens considered a punishment? Sounds like an everyone gets a cookie argument. Wick, I believe that is to you.
Certainly. Under the system that we have now, when a child is born in American soil, they are granted access to a host of benefits, a host of rights that we endow upon them. I think that by stripping that, we are taking something away that they are understood to have been granted and that we frankly should grant. To deny a child access to these things simply because their parents didn't have the right bloodline. That's crazy. I think that's a punishment.
Okay. Any thoughts from you, Kai, on that one?
No, I'm going to be honest. I'm still looking for another quote. I found the first one though, but yeah, I mean, I think Wick gets to this point again and again that, a child has this right to be an American citizen. And I think that, as we understand complete allegiance, which was also described in the original congressional debate, it seems very clear that allegiance, especially of the child, reasonably follows that of the parents. And I think it is a little bit wrong. I think for a lot of the reasons that I lined out, I think you would create many issues if you believe that a child has an obligation to a nation that supersedes his obligation to his parents. And
when a child is, well, let me just ask you this: when a child is in the hospital in Texas, right? Who's going to protect that child, right? Who's responsible to protect that child? When if terrorists,
I think a person.
Let me finish. If terrorists come and take that hospital over, which country's military comes to save that child? Is it the government of their parents, or is it the U.S. government?
So if I move to another country, do I have a political allegiance to that country?
I don't know why you're asking me another question.
Because it's to test the logic in an observably obvious way, which is if I simply move as a child to another country, I'm not politically.
No, I'm talking about when they are born. They are fresh out the womb. Okay, they are sitting in the hospital little baby bed that they have. Right, you see them on TV and shit like that.
Can I answer your question? Because I know what you're saying, and I have an answer.
And right, take over the things. It's not the country of the parents that save them. It's America that saves them. Therefore, they owe allegiance to us.
Yeah, and my response is that if I am on vacation in China and a Chinese police officer saves me, I don't think I'm allegiant to China. I think that allegiance must be complete. It must be total. Being subject to the jurisdiction of the United States must be total allegiance. It cannot be partial. It cannot be simply by protection. And that is one of the significant differences between the English common law, the nature of subjects, and what we have in the United States. Which is why I mentioned the other example. If I'm a child and I'm born in the United States, but move the day, like let's say I can move the next day, I just cross a border over to Mexico or Canada, just because the Mexican or Canadian government is protecting me from a terrorist attack on that soil, does not make me completely allegiant to the Mexican or the Canadian government, unless you believe I should be.
I don't believe you should be.
Perfect. Then we agree.
But you do have some gratitude, I guess you should probably.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
I'm happily grateful. I'm very grateful for many countries in the world.
The reason I'm giving you
as a tourist, it doesn't make me a citizen.
Just to be clear, the reason I'm giving you this example is because this is the example that's been used in case law in 1838 to showcase why a child would have allegiance to America. And you might disagree with the reasoning, and that's fair.
I do.
But that's the reasoning that we have established, and that was set out in law, right? And I believe it's
now we are making
reasoning.
It's a law.
I believe it's sound reasoning. I believe it's good law.
Well, I think you disagreed with your own sound reasoning by agreeing that I did not have a responsibility
because you're changing the
circumstances,
right? You're changing the circumstances.
Well, no, I'm testing the same principle, which is that if I should be allegiant, or if I am completely allegiant to a nation that protects me physically. But I don't think that's the case. I'm grateful. And you said, yes, you should be grateful. I agree with that. But grateful does not a citizen make.
That's true. But again, because you have, while you were on our soil and because you were born on our soil, you are under the protection of our laws, you do owe a certain allegiance. I just believe
I agree you owe a certain allegiance.
For example, if you were under the protection, let me ask you this. If you were in Mexico, do you have a duty to obey Mexican laws?
You have a responsibility to. Yeah, absolutely.
So then you agree with me that you have some form of allegiance to Mexico 100%. While you were in Mexico.
100%. Yep.
Yes. Great. Good. We're good. We're great. Then we agree on the principle.
We agree on the principle and disagree about whether or not that means that you should become a citizen or have a right to become a citizen by being
that's where the disagreement is. Yes, that's true. But you agree on the principle that if you are subject to a nation's laws and you receive the protection of their laws, then you are, of course, owing at least some allegiance to that country as long as you are under the protection of those laws.
I don't understand how you don't realize that this kind of proves my point, which is that there's an allegiance that is more important than the simple allegiance of protection, right?
So your argument, as I understand it, is that they owe a greater allegiance to the nation of their parents, and I don't see how that follows.
No. Hold on. This is complete versus partial allegiance. I believe you should have political allegiance to the United States. Political allegiance is not just the fact that you are protected by the United States' laws. It's, you know, the idea that just because you exist on some terrain and can be protected by a
What is
nation.
political allegiance to you?
Well, let me ask you this question: Why are the
why
children?
do you keep asking me questions when I ask you a
Because
specific one?
this gets across my point. It's the Socratic method. Why do you believe the children of foreign ministers don't become American citizens, even though they are protected by the police in America if a crime is to, you know, occur?
Because foreign citizens or foreign diplomats aren't subject to our laws in a very real way.
But they're
They do not
protected.
have a duty to obey them. Like, we have diplomatic immunity as a concept for a reason. So when they do, if they do break the law, a lot of times they would be like sent to their country to stand court and stand trial, but they won't stand trial here. We won't prosecute them. We won't be the ones that are holding them to account. They are not subject to our law. And it creates a messy political situation in that case. And so we understand that there are different factors that go into this specific thing that we were like, okay, so to kind of get out of the mess that this creates, we're going to just create an exclusion. So that's why they do that.
Okay. The very interesting thing is that I think if I applied your exact reasoning about, you know, why should a child be punished for something their parents do? A child born to foreign ministers, by your logic, does have the same, is protected in the same way by the American government if a terrorist attack were to occur.
Yes, it's a pragmatic consideration. It's a pragmatic consideration because, unfortunately, the way politics works, we can't look. I would love to be completely moral all the time when it comes to politics,
to finish,
but I don't think we can.
Go ahead, Kai. Finish your thought, and then we're actually going to move on to the next super.
Oh, sure.
I think it seems very logical to believe that a child, especially, I'm not saying only, but especially in the case of, you know, being a child of a foreign diplomat, has an allegiance to a foreign nation extended to them through their parents. I think we reasonably assume that we can't expect the child of a foreign diplomat to be as American as the child of, you know, American citizens that have been here forever, or of an American diplomat. And it is not the soil that changes it. It is the political persuasion and the duty of the parents. And I think if the parents have broken America's laws to enter the country, then we, in a similar way, have to extend some kind of, you know, asterisk to the citizenship of the child, despite the fact the child has done no wrong.
Why wouldn't that apply to other laws as well? So say there is a couple that is like Bonnie and Clyding it up, and they are on the run from police, but they are American citizens, right? And because then it takes into I forget which one is Bonnie and Clyde, but right,
it takes into account
the woman goes into labor. Can I finish my hypothetical? The woman goes into labor, and they are suddenly
Bonnie
in the
does
hospital.
Bonnie or Clyde
do they not get citizenship simply because they've broken the law? Does a child not get citizenship simply because their parents are in a state of law breaking?
Well, they already are citizens, though, so it's that like they're already.
But they've broken the law. They've broken their allegiance. They have no allegiance to us.
Well, now you're treating two different issues. You're treating the issue of a political allegiance and an allegiance, or like an ability to subscribe to the Americas to American law. Here's the issue. What we're confusing here is the fact that the law that's been broken isn't just one of the United States' laws. It's a law specifically about gaining access to the country. And
I don't see why that matters. In the
you don't see how the law.
You are in violation of our law.
You don't see how a law about immigration.
Law in general, correct?
You don't see how a law about immigration might affect the result of the immigration.
No, I'm saying that if your principle is they broke this law,
that's not my principle. My principle is they broke immigration.
Let me go ahead and press us forward, and we can always save this for Gauntlet if we want. But I'll even add in Clyde in the terms of Bonnie and Clyde. Clyde is subject to the draft and can be pulled in, so he does have allegiance, and there is a duty and there is a responsibility there. If you're an illegal immigrant, then
moderation
you are
bias. I see how it is. Okay,
I'm just throwing the thought in there. All right, I saw the opportunity. I had to throw it in. All right, James, I love you, Wick, so much. Oh goodness, I'm choking out. James says,
"Don't choke."
A hypothetical: U.S. born with parents from country X. United States declares war against country X. Child give aid and comfort to parents who are enemies of the U.S. Has the child committed treason?
The parents are not necessarily enemies of our country. When we declare war on Russia, we're not enemies of all Russians. All Russians are not our enemies. Their government is our enemy. So I think the framing of this question is just wrong. Like, I don't
FDR would
consider.
beg to differ.
No, you would. So if we
No, FDR would.
Huh?
FDR would beg to differ.
Oh, well, FDR, I think that one of the biggest stains on the American legacy was what he did with the Japanese internment camps. That was horrific. And we did pay restitution, as we should have, to those people because we violated their civil liberties in a way that was just uncalled for. So, yes, FDR would disagree, but FDR was wrong, and I am correct. So,
all right. Any thoughts from you, Kai? And then we'll move to the next.
No, I mean, this is basically what I was describing, is that you have a serious conflict when you believe that the child has a more immediate allegiance to the United States than, their parents' home country. If, the parents, I mean, what about this? The parents of a foreign nation or who have citizenship in a foreign nation can reasonably be expected to be drafted in that nation. Like if... so
it's probably wouldn't want to deport them so we could prevent them from being drafted, right?
Well, no, you're saying that the United States has now a right to the allegiance of the individuals, despite the fact that they're not citizens, which is a huge problem. Like, if you want to talk about difficult legal questions, what right does the United States have to express or to basically compel allegiance of individuals who exist in the United States, despite the fact that they're not citizens? Wouldn't that be super immoral?
We don't have to compel their allegiance to keep them from being drafted into their home country.
But if we are at war with that foreign nation, the parent who only has citizenship in the foreign nation should reasonably be expected to go and fight for the foreign nation.
Why?
Because that is the duty, that is their obligation. If they are politically allegiant, which they are, to the foreign nation.
Like, I don't agree that a person necessarily has an obligation to serve their country if their country is in a state of what I would call unjust or...
well, it doesn't have to... Look, it's not unjust. You're assuming it's unjust. What if it's a totally justified war?
I mean, in that hypothetical, would they have a duty? Maybe, but I think they would have a bigger duty to their child to protect them, would they not?
Yeah, but I think that's an interesting way to
case, in that case, if their child is an American citizen, then it would be in America's interest to have them want to protect their child more. And therefore, I think that, again, if my country's interest comes into conflict with another country's interest, I want my country's interest to win out.
You're right, but now you've taken your country's interest, you've put that on the child, and then you have retained the foreign interest in the parents. All you're saying is that you would want to include the parents, but that can't reasonably be done, right? If you have two parents who have a political allegiance to a foreign country, you can't just say, okay, well, you're Americans now. What if they don't want to be? What if they agree with the foreign nation? You're creating a situation where the parents still align against the United States. And they could be hold on, and the parents
taking into the hypothetical, and I don't think that's necessarily the case.
Go ahead, Kai.
And the parents in a time of war could be shut out, could be pushed out of the United States because they are now like foreign nationals residing in the United States. But the child is in a difficult predicament because you believe the child should be and must be completely allegiant to the United States, but that should conflict with the foreign nation that his parents are allegiant to. So you've created family conflict.
If we're at war with a foreign nation and we have national citizens of that nation within our borders, in my ideal world, they should renounce the allegiance that they have to their
What if they don't?
Nation. And that's the question. Well, what if they don't? What if a lot of things happen? But you're baking into the hypothetical that they will. And I don't think that's necessarily true, because one of the big strengths and draws of American culture in our setup and how we have it is that people flee to us. In the Cold War, we had, when the Berlin Wall fell down, which countries did they flee from and which countries did they flee to? They fled away from the enemies of America towards the allies of America. And we still, yet even today, have one of the hugest draws where people want to be American. They come here because they want to participate in our system. And I think the strength of our culture is such that in a state of war, that these foreign nationals will want to help us rather than their home nation, because that's how strong American culture is and the draw in American culture is. It's very possible that that's not the case, and that might happen, but you're baking into the hypothetical that it would or is more likely to, and I just disagree.
All right. Okay. Iotin comes up with a big 10, says, I guess those babies should have planned better.
Pull them up by the bootstraps. Those little baby bootstraps that they got, okay?
And she follows up to say, actually, I wanted to say there were two men here having a debate, and then women's pregnancy and labor got brought up, and neither of you thought to stop and say, hey, Sarah, you've had kids. Can you tell us about? I thought that was comical, but shout out to both of you for
Sarah,
not including me.
How was it after you gave birth? Did you run away?
No.
Were you like capable? You like just give birth and it's like, I gotta get out of here.
No, you're pretty miserable, and probably even worse for any of the mothers who had C-sections. I mean, I didn't have a C-section, but even at that, just regular style, and I was pretty burnt out. The last thing I wanted to do was move any body in my bone or bone in my body. But yeah.
What kind of information did you provide? Like how was that? Because this is interesting to ask. We should have asked this. What kind of information do you provide? How do you go about registering the child? Like, what questions are they asking you there after you've given birth? How's that process?
You do the hospital, kind of like the hospital receipt. Like, this baby was born here, right? You can have a name if you want. Otherwise, it's Baby Smith or Baby whatever your last name is or whatever. But you get a baby receipt saying, I had a kid here. But then if you want to fill out like the Social Security and the name and all of that, you could take that paper home and actually send it in to for Social Security and getting the birth certificate, like live birth certificate, so on and so forth. You can send that in. Some people actually take it home and think about what name they want to give their baby, and they could take a couple weeks to do it. But as long as you have that hospital baby was born here receipt, like I got a baby receipt, as long as you have that, you can let it sit for as long as you want.
Simple, easy, works.
It works. Iotin says hospital staff generally do not ask for or verify immigration status unless they are helping the patient apply for emergency medical assistance from the internet. And I think that actually comes up later if you need billing and stuff. But if you're in labor and delivery, obviously the mother and the child are the priority. Delivering the baby is a priority, and the health of both of them are the priority. After that, then they come in looking for medical insurance, unless you're able to register and do that beforehand, then you can handle it. But Socrates says Wick just contradicted himself in 3 sentences. Let as many people in as want to come in. Also, that doesn't mean we should open our borders.
Because that's not
Wick,
what I said. I said, we should have as many people as we can come in. And there's a fundamental difference between these statements. If I spoke as want, then I simply misspoke. Again, as many people as we can, because I think that benefits us. But if it comes to a point, and to be clear, I think we're very, very far from that point. If it comes to a point where it becomes an undue burden, then we can rethink this. But I don't think we're near there.
Okay. And shout out to Iotin, because she wanted her dono goal for the gauntlet mode hit. So she said to balance out the other 5 from Socrates. Shout out to you. Also, kind reminder, if you do want to jump backstage, now's the time to get back there. We're almost finishing with 8 questions. Hit the link that is in the live chat right now. Shout out to Jim, says to simp for Sarah. Thank you so much. I love it. And it is very welcomed here. Calvin says the Big Ten. Wick, how do you reconcile your view of extending citizenship strengths? Sorry, I apologize. How do you reconcile your view of extending citizenship strengthens country allegiance with the fact that some Palestine American voters, Republican
Representative Tlaib?
Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Tlaib.
He's not a Republican, to be clear.
Withheld support from Kamala over Gaza in 2024.
So simply because it makes it more likely doesn't mean it's going to happen every time. And also, one could make the argument that withholding support from Kamala might be even in the interest of the country. I'm sure Kai here didn't withheld his support for Kamala. Does that mean that he was not putting his country first? I don't know if that's the case, right? Having a difference of opinion on how we deal with a foreign conflict does not necessarily mean, even though I know in a lot of arguments we use this as hyperbole, right? But having a difference of opinion on how to handle the Palestinian-Israeli conflict does not mean you are more or less allegiant to America. It simply does not. It's why you're doing so that might inform that. But no, I don't think that supporting Palestine or supporting Israel makes you more or less American. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think to divorce the reason for a vote from the consequence of the vote is just very dangerous. Obviously, people have this perception, right, of doing things that are better for the nation. But I think very frequently it's not just about the nation. I mean, you've had members of the state legislature in Minnesota who have talked specifically about how they want to use the United States to improve things in Somalia. This is something that politicians now do routinely, but voters do even more so. And this is a big problem with birthright citizenship. It's a problem I didn't even get into, but what it does is it creates an incentive structure for having more people here of foreign nations. And then it's a self-perpetuating cycle of those populations, as soon as they are old enough to vote, advocating for more immigration from people from their home countries, despite the fact that with their dollars, they are less allegiant than Americans because they send a third of their income back to their home countries, despite the fact that they are less allegiant to the national culture of the United States because they retain their national languages of their parents' nations for a longer amount of time than somebody who has lived here, who has had parents who have lived here and spoken English for centuries would. I think that is one of the most significant problems with birthright citizenship, is it creates an incentive structure for advocating for policies on behalf of foreign nations and to perpetuate more people coming here without a concern for assimilation. So and if assimilation were increasing, and if the pressure for assimilation were increasing, I would be less skeptical about it, but that doesn't seem to be the case. And there would be no reason for that ever to change if we allow more people in and give them citizenship by birth.
The problem with your framing here is it's just not true. A lot of the people who are heritage Americans, quote unquote, as they called, are the most communist mother frickers that you could ever see, right? Like my daddy, we're rebelling against mommy and daddy who have our money. Like look at people who are in the New England states, right? Who are rich, white, liberal women, right? They are obviously wearing their keffiyehs or whatever you call them, right? And they're, look, this isn't, I would take a immigrant who just came in, swore allegiance and an oath to our country, right? More than some commie or Hassan, right? Like Hassan Piker, who's an American citizen by birth, right? Who was born here. I don't think that like the bloodline or how long their family has been here really plays into the allegiance in a large way. And in fact, I would argue that many immigrants are very, again, allegiant to our country. And I'm talking about immigrants who are becoming citizens and on the path of becoming citizens and want to become citizens, right? They want to be here. They've chosen to be here. Now, this changes second, third generation, and then it reverses back, right? Like, so there's like a dip and a reverse back. But I think that like your characterization of this, I think is a little off base. I don't think it's true.
Any thought from you, Kai?
Yeah, I mean, it is tangibly the case that we have people advocating on behalf of nations that their parents or they have come from. This is just observably the case. This only increases with immigration. You would not have advocacy for foreign nations if the individuals advocating for them were not from foreign nations and were feeling if they were from foreign nations, felt a significant enough pressure to assimilate. And I think any kind of advocacy for, the recognition, for instance, of a Mexican Independence Day in the United States is ridiculous. Unfortunately, that is only the case because we've entertained mass migration without a pressure to assimilate.
I disagree. Like, look at the LA riots back in
where the Mexican flag was being waved.
Yes, those weren't Mexicans waving that flag. They were white, liberal Californians, heritage American citizens. Bro. They weren't Mexicans. They were whiter than me. Okay, buddy. Right? Like the immigrants,
you're pretty white.
Stayed away
you're
from
pretty
there
white, Wick.
because they didn't want like ICE to get rid of them. Right? They were not there. It's these liberal. Okay, these whites who've been here that feel invincible. They were the ones waving that flag in that case, right? Because they feel invincible. Oh, you're not going to deport me. I'm not indeportable, right?
I'm looking at a lot of people waving. This one is the. It is not. I think that's what is that, Cambodia? Yeah, seeing a lot of photos here of individuals waving foreign flags, and they don't look very white. They do not look like.
They're American and they've been American for a while, though. They weren't immigrants.
What does it mean to be an American?
Well, legally or culturally?
I I think both. I think the problem is that we've reduced it to basically 9 digits, and that's a big problem of mine.
9 digits.
Whatever the case is,
what?
I don't think you
Yeah.
see these white liberals doing this kind of advocacy in the absence of mass migration from Mexico.
I disagree.
You think that if there were not Mexicans in California, there would be white liberals waving Mexican flags?
Since Trump has, again, closed the border and cut off migration, and we have less migration now than we did before Trump, has advocacy for mass migration gone up or down?
It's decreased for sure. Under this admin, for sure.
It's obviously gone up because people are running away from Trump on immigration. You agreed with this earlier. You agreed that because of how he's handled it, they have ran away from him on this issue. You agreed with that.
I don't think they've necessarily run away from reducing immigration. Like, I think that's probably, it's shifted more to my side in the last 5 years than to your side. I do believe, however, that deportation is something that's very unpopular now because of the way it was executed.
I don't have the numbers on me, but I think that in the last year,
I mean, Donald Trump won the popular vote. You agree with that?
Well, of course.
And he campaigned on the largest deportation platform, campaigned on building a border wall.
Yes.
Like, that wasn't a secret.
But then people have seen the result of that and what that looks like. And look, let's make a bet. How do you think the midterms are going to go for MAGA? If you had to guess.
The only thing that swayed me on this a little bit is now the way that redistricting has gone. But I'd say most likely we lose the House and we retain the Senate.
I think it's a coin flip on the Senate, but I think you guys are going to lose a House by about 20 to 30 seats.
I think 20 to 30 is crazy. I think we lose it by less than 10 because of the redistricting. If it weren't for that, I think it's closer to your number.
Sure. I think even with the redistricting, then you guys are still in a large problem. Like, the redistricting is going to hurt us in 2028, right? But I don't think in 2026, I think your party is so unpopular. We look at all the special elections of all the seats that have been flipped. 30 have flipped from red to blue. 0 have flipped from blue to red, right? And you guys have retained a couple of those, but we're in like a D+9 situation. And so a lot of these redistricting issues are in the year 2026 going to hurt you a lot, because in order to redistrict, you have to reduce the margins you win by, so you win in more districts, right? You have to dilute it. And I think that you're going to see what's called a dummy mander in a lot of these cases, right? Where they tried to gerrymander it so they would win more places, but because you reduce the margins, it's going to cause you to lose the seat. Now, 2028 might be a different beast because the political winds are often changing and shifting and things like that. So the redistricting is more of a play for a long-term issue in the Republican Party. But right now, under Trump's leadership, in the year of our Lord 2026, you guys are going to get thrashed, man. It's just true.
And let's go ahead and get our panel up here, and I'll save any other donors that come in and Q&As that come in for a little later. But are you guys ready to meet your panel?
Yeah.
All right.
Can I quote actually real fast? I want to read from the Congressional Globe. Like I said, I was going to do earlier, but I'm making good on it.
Go ahead.
So this is the senator from California, Mr. Conness, and I can even throw it in. Actually, I will, just so people can read along if they care to. I'll throw it into your live chat, Sarah.
Can I get a drink real quick?
Go ahead. Absolutely.
No. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
I've been sipping on that green. I've been sipping on that mate. I'm well hydrated. Throwing that in. Oh, I just gotta. Hold on. Boom. There you go. There it is. There's the link. I'll wait for him to come back to read it. It is really fascinating. There's another quote that I recall reading it in somebody's article about it. They were pro birthright citizenship, but I can't find this article, and it's the one that includes specifically this quote regarding scores of individuals. I'll say, however, I wish I would have had this earlier, because it makes so clear, abundantly clear, what I was describing in a way that it's impossible. It is just totally impossible for Wick to run away from this idea that it is so obviously not the perception of the Congress that it was going to be applied or extended to millions of people. And it's actually really funny the way that they describe some of these different kind of ethnic enclaves. Let me make sure I have the right point. There's some funny one. I'll cite this part just for the chat because this is kind of funny. This is, I believe, from Senator Howard, who says, dude, he goes off. Sir, I trust I am as liberal as anybody toward the right of all people, but I'm unwilling on the part of my state to give up the right that she claims and that she may exercise before very long of expelling a certain number of people who invade her borders, who owe her no allegiance, who pretend to owe none, who recognize no authority in her government, who have a distinct independent government of their own, an imperium in imperio, who pay no taxes, who never perform military service, who do nothing in fact, which becomes the citizen and perform none of the duties which devolve upon him, but on the other hand have no homes, pretend to own no land, live nowhere, settle as trespassers. This is I'm talking about the gypsies. He goes off. This guy goes crazy.
Yeah, he voted against it. I know this guy, right?
No. But this is what I'm about to cite. So the liberal that replies to him, he kind of makes fun of him a little bit. I was citing that just because it's funny to read what he was saying. That guy went crazy. But Senator Conness here, he says, this is interesting. Describing the Chinese, he says, there are perhaps, here it starts. Now I will say, for the benefit of my friend, this is to assuage the fears of the representative or the senator we were just hearing from, Senator Howard, who was up in arms about the gypsies. He says, now I will say, for the benefit of my friend, this is the liberal senator, proponent of birthright citizenship, that he may know something about the Chinese in the future, that this portion of our population, namely the children of Mongolian parentage born in California, is very small indeed, and never promises to be large. Never promises to be large. We'll keep going. Says, notwithstanding our near neighborhood to the celestial land, the habits, celestial, whoa, this guy's Mormon? Jokes. The habits of these people, or of those people, and their religion,
they're not going to get that joke, buddy. But yeah.
That they all return to their own country at some time or other, either alive or dead. There are perhaps in California today about 40,000 Chinese, from 40 to 45,000. Those persons return invariably, while others take their places. And as I have before observed, if they do not return alive, their bones are carefully gathered up and sent back to the flowery land. It is not an unusual circumstance that the clipper ships trading between San Francisco and China carry at a time 3,000 or 4,000 human remains of those Chinese. When entered in our state, they are not entered deep into the earth, but laid up very near the surface, and then mounds of earth are laid over them so that the process of disinterment, digging them up, is made very easy. That is their habit and custom, and as soon as they are fit for transmission to their own country, they are taken up with great regularity and sent there. None of their bones are allowed to remain. They will return then either living or dead. Another feature connected to them is that they do not bring their female to our country, but in very limited numbers, and rarely ever in connection with their families, so that their progeny in California is very small indeed. You know, the people who would be giving birth to the people that would be gaining birthright citizenship. From the description we have had of them from the honorable senator from Pennsylvania of the Gypsies, the progeny of all Mongolians in California is not so formidable in numbers as that of the Gypsies in Pennsylvania. It is only in exceptional cases that they have children in our state. And therefore, the alarming aspect of the application of this provision to California or any other land to which the Chinese may come as immigrants is simply a fiction in the brain of the persons who deprecate it, and that alone. You want to know how many California? Are
you familiar with
Chinese
the per capita?
There are in California?
Are you familiar with per capita?
Yeah, of course.
What are they by percentage? What's the number by percentage?
In California?
Yeah.
At the time, I don't know. I'd have to look up the population of California.
Okay, what is it now? Percentage, not the number, percentage.
The percentage of Chinese in California?
Mm-hmm.
I think it depends entirely on the place. If you look at a place like Orange County.
Look at the state of California. The state of California, what is the percentage of Chinese immigrants?
California's home, it's 4.2 to 4.8% of California's total population.
Okay. How much was it at the time? Was it more or less than that?
Then the percentage, I'd have to look up at the demographics.
That's my point. That by per capita matters, and even if it's a increase in total number.
Wait for me to look up the
number. I
number.
understand that you're trying to interrupt this point because it hurts you.
I'm trying to look up the number that you just asked me to look up. If you want to talk about per capita, you have to allow me to do the calculation. Sure. Like, don't try to skirt.
But you don't. Me talking isn't going to prevent you from doing that. Okay.
Then
I'm
keep
making
going.
an argument here.
And what do you do? What do you do if the number per capita is considerably less?
Okay.
What are you going to tell me?
Then you have a stronger point. But I don't think it is.
Okay, sounds good.
Yes. And I think that, like, when we talk about these things, even today, the amount of immigration that we have is not very high percentage wise. And you could argue it's higher than then, but I don't think it's in significantly higher than then. And I think that we have more a robust technological base to deal with that than we did back then. And so we have to take all these things into consideration. The idea that these founders did not, or not the founders, the ratifiers of the 14th Amendment may not have considered the growth of the nation to be as high as it is. I don't think that this factors into their intent in any real or meaningful way. But have you found those numbers? I'm very curious.
Let's go ahead and bring up the panel. They've been waiting patiently backstage, and I don't want to keep them hanging back there. Here we go.
I just say it's more.
All right. And everybody's going to go ahead and mute up their mics. We're going to go one at a time. And sorry, Kai, I hit the button before you jumped in and it had a small delay, so I didn't get to stop it. But we're going to go one at a time, Q&A around the room. Everyone else, except for Wick, myself, and Kai, everyone else is going to stay muted up and respect everybody else's time during the Q&A portion. Our questions are meant to be respectful. Our comments are meant to be respectful and in the guise of the topic. All right.
Can I just like, well, first of all, thank you for the $500, Zag.
Oh, yeah, that's big. Here, I'll put you on the screen. That deserves a moment.
I'm sorry, I got it.
That deserves a moment. Go ahead, take your time.
All the snarking of Wick TV. Sorry you're facing harassment from the creepy CSAM collector Doobie and his goons. It sucks that these PDF files and pests are attacking you of all people when you're so neutral and mild-mannered, sending good vibes. Heart emoji. Wow, so generous. Thank you. I do appreciate it.
Thank you. That's very kind.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. No, that definitely deserves a moment.
Sorry about that. I just had
to. No sorries. No apologies. I would ask to stop the show on that one too, and it deserves it. So thank you for your kind generosity over on the Wick side.
What's going on, Kai? Clips of yours. What's going on, guys? Where's the?
You're getting donation mogged. Okay.
Dono mogged. Yeah. I've got a guy, Asian Mormon. Got a guy named Asian Mormon. Maybe he's tapping out because he's hearing how I'm speaking about the Chinese. No, but he donates like $100 every stream. What's going on, Asian Mormon? I'll amend everything I said. We'll have more of you here. I promise. It's okay. It's okay. I promise.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Fair enough. Much respect to all the donos to any side over here. Anything red or above, please feel free to stop the show for that. We give way for that. All right, Spin. I want to ask you, because you are first in line backstage. If you want to, you're welcome to pass. But I highly recommend. I know you have questions about this, and I know you can do it the way it needs to be done. Do you want to pass, sir, or do you want to ask your question?
Oh, hell no, I'm not passing.
All right, go ahead.
So, Wick, you believe you have a American flag in the background, right?
And the stars and stripes, baby.
Yeah, why don't you take it down? Second of all, here's my question for you. How is having foreign invader offspring in this country a benefit? Because when the parents get found out, the child stays. How is it a benefit? Or would one ought to say that they are going to be a draw on the system?
Okay. So we have, from the Manhattan Institute, data on
I
that.
don't give a fuck about the
I
Manhattan
understand you
Institute.
don't
Let's-
understand.
hey,
I
let's
know,
not say
I
that.
know you don't care about the
Hold
facts
up,
of
we're
the
gonna move
matter because none
gently.
of this actually matters to you. You're not asking the question in earnest. You are trying to push a narrative that
Straw
does
man.
not match
Typical.
with reality.
Let him
because you live
respond,
in a
Spin.
fantasy land, man, and you're again blatant un-American nature that sees a flag and then you like hiss and skirt away like Gollum from the light in Lord of the Rings, right? I understand that that's how you operate, but as someone who has served this country, sir, as someone who has been born and raised and is a true-blooded, real American patriot, I rebuke thee, sir. I think that the framing of immigrants who are seeking a better life, who are looking to come to the shining city on the hill, the promised land, Zion, right? They are not foreign invaders. And the framing of that is frankly pretty gross. And yeah, I think that I would take a Somali immigrant who loves this country over you.
Oh God, Sarah, I yield because what I'm going to say
course
down
you do.
next is
Of course
probably
you do.
not.
And nails
You're
on your
holding
neck
it.
so hard that they're going to put murals up of you in New York City, okay, right? They're going to start putting statues, right? It's going to be great. They're going to try me at the ICJ for war crimes for what I just did to you, right? The Palestinian genocide, it's not going to be an issue anymore because what Wick
Well,
just did to
if
you
you
tonight on
want to
Sarah,
go, if
the
you
Raging
want to
Tomato
go there,
show was so horrific that is going to flee from the American
Now-
mind, okay? That's what's
now-
happening tonight.
I have respect for Sarah, so I'm not going to say right at the moment what I really think of you. So, Sarah, I'm going to mute my
Say
fuck.
it.
He's gonna
Yeah,
yield for the gauntlet
Sarah, do you
mode.
want me
Where
to go there?
let's hold it for the gauntlet mode. I don't want things to get chaos
Yeah, I
too
just want to be
soon.
clear, man. I've been going through
Take the
this
flag
last week.
down, dude.
I've been going through this last week with people who have targeted me in ways that this guy could only imagine, right? Like it was super stressful. So no, I'm not in a mood to deal with these cowards who are
Well, then get the fuck out of my country. Then get the
not
fuck
your
out of my
country.
Let's not say the F word.
Yeah, let's move. Let's put a pin in that one, Spin. During the gauntlet, you can have some fun. Doc, I will kick it over to you. You are next in line, sir. Question or comment to either of the gentlemen.
Yeah, great debate, guys. Thanks so much. Kai, you demonstrated every single trait of sociopathy over the course of the debate. Yeah, human reaction, right? Yeah, but anyways, I wanted to know this. So so I have an argument for you. Are you okay entertaining a short argument? It'll take 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes.
Of course, absolutely. Okay. Wait, can I ask though, if I may, I am interested in hearing like what the case for my sociopathy is.
Just watch your facial expressions and stuff after the debate. Yeah, just observe yourself.
Then I smile a lot.
It's something like that, right? So, anyways, let's get into it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, exactly. Puppy dog face. Ooh woo. So, anyways.
Let's go. I'm ready.
It's not like that, right? So
I don't think you have human emotions. Like, I mean, you're speaking in a monotone voice. What am I supposed to call you a sociopath now?
That's fair.
Go for it. Yeah, call me a sociopath.
Why would I do that? I think that's a very loaded term.
Kai, allow me to introduce you to Duck. There's a reason why Duck has a few membership emojis of no Duck and the kazoo and all of those things because of his times here on the panel. And yes, if you're a member, go ahead, drop those emojis now. Go ahead, Duck. Get to your question.
Okay, so citizenship wasn't spoken about robustly in the Federalists. It's referenced in Federalist 1 and 10 most robustly, and then Federalist 78. Right, I know you've read this prior to the debate. Federalist 78 provides that delineation of when the executive or the legislature may rule on this. And so if we look at the actual history then, so if we're saying, well, let's go to the history, how do you account for the fact that citizenship and naturalization was never like it was never behind some like iron curtain or whatever you want to say, right? It used to be that you could file a declaration of intent at a local or municipal court or a federal court. Any of them, there was no standardized form. And this was the case until 1906. And then once they standardized the form from 1906 to 1952, a form that collected no information, by the way, and this process ran until 1952. And then what happens, Kai? In 1952, after the it was like the Immigration and Naturalization Act or something like this, right? Whatever it was called, because you read through this stuff, it's not, it's not Turning Point articles, it's not Breitbart. But after this, the laws for citizenship actually extend back to the level of family, and it extends to break down racial barriers of citizenship. This is what the purpose of that act in 1952 was. After the Cold War, the modern era of the modern industrialized service economy United States. And so I'm curious, given the preponderance of historical evidence and lack of evidence in jurisprudence and constitutional law, how you would make the case to people living in the United States and who birthright citizenship might affect, that your hate-based beliefs, your narcissism, and your misunderstanding is the reason they have to engage in this pointless political discussion. I don't know what you're smiling about. I don't know what you're smiling about. What's funny?
Because he's a puppy dog uwu.
I think
start a Fansly. Start a fucking OnlyFans then.
Well, let's not say the F word.
Pardon me for just a moment.
Let's not say the F word.
Hold on, Doc.
Fuck you, Kai.
Hold on, Doc.
Let's not say the F word, Doc.
Fuck you,
Doc.
bitch.
Hold on.
Pardon me.
Pardon me for just a moment. Doc, now you came in swinging, okay? Kai hasn't done anything wrong to you. He hasn't touched you. He hasn't hurt you. He hasn't said anything to you that's mean. You came in swinging. Now chill it out, okay?
I appreciate the recommendation of an alternative.
I didn't ask you to appreciate anything.
Hold on, Doc.
Respond to the argument, bitch.
Doc, relax. Let him respond.
This is a jam.
Do you appreciate our debate more now?
Okay, we'll just put you backstage.
I love
Kai,
the debate.
You are welcome to respond.
That's great.
W crash out. This was a W
Hold
crash
on.
out.
I get it. We both got crashed out on, like one after another. It was crazy.
Kai, you are welcome to respond to it if you so choose. If not, I can move on to the next person. Doc needs to take a little time out.
Yeah, I mean, what he's saying is absolutely correct. I frame this within the way that immigration has developed over time. There's a lack of jurisprudence on a lot of issues in the U.S.'s history. It's because a lot of times we take stuff for granted. So what I tried to establish is that there was certainly over time, the most consistent thing that we can see is a pressure to assimilate. There's a pressure of nativism. I don't think Duck would disagree with me there. The pressure to like assimilate has been one of the most consistent trends. And that's not me saying I think that the abuse of immigrants is a good thing. But the fact that you have the counter pressure of telling people, hey, you really need to speak English, and that acts as a control, kind of pushing some people back to their home countries if they don't assimilate fast enough. The Italians are a good example of this. A third of Italians that immigrated early in the United States' history returned back to their home country because I think they're one of the toughest groups to assimilate. I think it shows that over time, we adjust things as the scale of immigration changes and as it begins to warp and shift the American identity. So I think it's, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with a lot of what Duck said. I appreciate that he assumed I'd read through all of those different Federalist papers. I haven't read Federalist 76. I appreciate the recommendation. I will do so at the conclusion of the debate. But what I'm arguing for now is an authentically new response to something that is an authentically new problem, which is mass migration and a specific lack of jurisprudence, for instance, on the issue of whether or not children of illegal immigrants should have birthright citizenship. That's something that hasn't been adjudicated either in his favor or in my favor. It's something that the Congress could step in and clearly define. And that's what I think it should do. That's why I'm in favor of the repeal. And I think that there are a lot of reasons that I articulated that would make jus sanguinis a better policy going forward to mitigate the effects of mass migration to the United States. And I think actually to Wick's original point, it would probably improve the way that we consider nationality and citizenship. It would probably make it more serious, and it would cause us to look at it as something more than just kind of this frivolous application of, whoever has a social security number. Because there are plenty of people who have social security numbers who aren't even citizens. I mean, people don't often recognize that, but it's like, you can have a social security number and not be an American citizen either. So I would say we just follow the rest of the Western world and realize that, okay, now's the time that we start, being a little bit more selective as to who is extended the right of citizenship.
Have you ever read Starship Troopers?
I've heard great things. It's on my list.
Don't watch the movie. Okay. The
Okay.
movie's fun for its own thing, but it's not the same as the book at all. But in the book, they really talk about what citizenship means, and it's by Heinlein, and he's a great author. And I tend to kind of be very sympathetic to the arguments that he makes, because no one's a citizen at birth, right? In that book, you have to earn it through service, so whether it be military service or civil service or these things, but you do this after you reach the age of majority and you could properly understand what the duties of citizenship means. I would be more amenable to an argument like that than simply removing the citizenship of one group because they don't share the same blood as different groups. I think that the metrics that you're using and you're going for here are just incorrect, and that we should not be doing this. And I think in the world that we live in, just solely is the correct way. And I don't want us to have less immigration. I want us to have less illegal immigration. And there's a big difference between these two things. But yeah,
can I say there, I actually agree with you, Wick, but I would apply it more probably on an issue like voting. I think you should take a civics test. You should pass the citizenship exam before you can vote. I think every American should do that. I'd be in favor of that.
All right, let's go ahead and move it on. Effigy, my love, to you, please. You're muted, Effigy.
We failed the test. No vote.
Oh, sorry. I
Amateur.
never mute that side of it. I have my own mute. But I want you to see that I'm muted during the thing, so you know I'm not going to jump in.
Aw, thank you, Effigy.
All right. Well, I think part of the reason Doug kind of went off is that Kai, you're a really nice guy, but some of your language just brushes right up against supremacist language in my eyes, and I'm not sure whether or not you're just holding back or whether or not you're actually going to make some kind of argument for ethnic homogeneity, because you did in a couple of spaces, and that's where your language comes from. And I think at some point you need to deal with the fact that the arguments you're making and the arguments that you're pushing for, historically, those are the arguments of all those fucking races. All those races in the past that have made this exact argument that you are for much more nefarious reasons that you are not making. When you're citing some of these places, you're citing like Chief Justice, like Tanny from Dred Scott. Like he made the exact same argument that you're making at some point. Like all of these people have tried to morph.
At what point? If you don't mind.
Dred Scott.
No, but which argument that I made?
About how we're trying to change from just solely to just sanguinis. About how things like that should matter instead of just birthright on the soil. The entire argument for Dred Scott was that these specific people are not citizens because reasons, right?
I would probably just kind of oppose your framing because it's so general, and maybe. Well, I'll let you finish, and then I'll get into.
Well, I mean that's kind of crazy considering the metric you're using is a highly subjective one, because we can sit here and agree that the entire country is full.
Metric of what?
Is your metric of allegiance is purely subjective. So we can sit here and agree amongst ourselves that, yeah, it's a nation of immigrants. They have different national backgrounds. They have different religions. They have different stuff like this. And we have to look for that single shared attribute that we all share. And you bring up allegiance as a metric, but allegiance is a consequence of citizenship, not a cause. Not to mention it being highly subjective in how it's used in any kind of way. I mean, the way politics uses allegiance is one of the gateways to tyranny. So I think it's much more objective to say, number one, that your geographic presence in this place objectively can be a metric because it is definitively objective, and that shared like civic values, shared commitments are the other thing that link us all together. So my question is this also, because I feel like there's a fundamental misunderstanding of America here. How does a nation that is founded on the explicit rejection of hereditary titles, hereditary political privilege, justify making a person's fundamental legal status entirely dependent on their lineage? How does that sound American in the least?
So the two things I would say. First, regarding the idea that like what I'm arguing is like what white supremacists or otherwise have argued for. I know it's, just words out of my mouth, but I hope you can take me serious when I say I genuinely don't harbor racial resentment or an attitude of racial supremacy. I also don't believe in a perfect equality of cultures. I think there are superior cultures and inferior cultures. I'd be surprised if the panelists don't agree with me to some extent on that issue, as Wick and I did, for instance, comparing female genital mutilation, which is a cultural practice in certain groups, with what is the accepted culture here in America. What I'd say though is I don't like the reasoning of well, the same kind of consequence has been argued for, but for different motives. I think motives matter entirely. I think you can't divorce actions from motivations. And when you do so, you begin to put a bunch of people in groups that really don't make sense. I think that the motivations, for instance,
you understand that's his argument. That's what you're doing. You're putting people into fundamental groups that don't make sense based on hereditariness.
Yes.
Right. Which is fundamentally un-American.
No. I'm talking about argument. I'm saying that I could advocate for the same policy solution as somebody else, but the motivation for that policy solution should not be conflated necessarily. So although there might be white supremacists that could agree that we should ban pornography, just because we've advocated for the same solution does not mean that we're arriving there for the same reasons.
Yeah, but the effects that are possible through what you're talking about are still there.
Sure,
right?
but hold on. I don't think you can take an issue with the effects so long as the effects are not explicitly for condemnable motives. I think the motives of the individual absolutely matter.
I think the intent only matters to a certain extent. I think the result of what the policy does is far more important than what they intended the policy to do, right? You could have the best intention in the world that a policy would have great outcomes and these things, but if the policy actually doesn't, right, then we could absolutely say the intent didn't matter here. What they intended to do, we should scrap it anyway because the intent doesn't matter. So
we've been arguing the 14th Amendment all night, but the 4th Amendment was about slavery.
The most pure of intentions in this case, but the results will end up the same as Dred Scott and all these other.
I partially disagree with that. Like, I don't think the conclusion is like the same as Dred Scott. And obviously, I would never advocate for, stripping Black people of their right to vote. And that was a pivotal reason for the passing of or ratification of the 14th Amendment. But
then you're missing the other point. You're totally missing the other point. The other point of the 14th Amendment is to permanently ensure that we can never have a permanent underclass in this country. And if you're willing to just
based
throw
on
away
hereditariness,
exactly, yeah.
Well, I disagree with your interpretation of it. I think that immigrants who are not American citizens, I don't think they constitute a permanent and necessary underclass. Nor do I think their children do. And I think that if you look
turn them into an underclass, I
don't think so.
Giving rid of Joe Sully. Yeah.
I don't think so. They still have citizenship extended to them.
This isn't theoretical. This isn't hypothetical. We've lived it. Our country has lived it. It's explicitly our history.
Okay.
I mean.
All right. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it.
Of course. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you, FHG. Calvin. Okay, never mind. Calvin, I'd like to shift over to you, my love. Your question or comment to either of the gentlemen.
Yeah, my question will be directed towards Wick. Can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I want to pick his brain for a second. Hey, Wick. Yeah, I want to give you an example. I'm trying to see where your head is at on this specific example. An example is like an athlete, a rich young athlete. It could be you, could be your son, could be your brother. So there's someone you hold near and dear and would probably guard against. Of course, they're rich, they're young, they're living the life of a bachelor. They're out sowing their oats, like Biggie says, running through pretty women constantly, whatever. But they're doing the responsible work. They're using things like condoms and stuff to protect themselves. However, they come across a specific female, right? And she somehow...
They're called women.
Women. And he has a relations with her, and he disposes of his condom in, say, like a trash can, and she confiscated somehow and impregnates herself. My question.
Okay, so she she basically steals his semen to impregnate herself without his knowledge.
Yeah. Because she wants the benefits that he's an athlete, he's wealthy, and this is what comes with
his name is Colonel John Lockjaw.
I'm curious where you're going with this.
Okay,
but I see where he's going.
My question to you is: do you think that athlete should be on the hook for sponsoring or raising that child financially for the rest of the life?
I don't.
You don't. Okay,
Yeah.
that's
But I
eh,
apply
go
different
ahead.
standards just to clear this point.
Go ahead.
I apply different standards to individuals than I do
Mhm.
to governments, right? I would never apply like the same standards to a collective or a country or a nation or a government than I would to an individual, right? They have separate responsibilities, separate powers, and we have to deal with these things separately. So all these analogies that compare a country to a house, I just reject out of hand. They're not the
Well,
same and they shouldn't be treated the same.
no, they're not exactly the same, but they they come from the same concept, right?
I
Because
don't
you
agree. I think that the
well,
individual, right, and the responsibilities of the individual in this case should be adjudicated differently because they have different effects on the world and different responsibilities towards the people, right? I think that in many cases, right, we can see that the government benefits from immigration, both legal and illegal in many ways. Now, there's some harms. I will agree. I'll just cede to that off the off the snap. But I think that like this comparison between a woman like a succubus stealing the seed of a man to impregnate herself and putting
That
him on the hook
happens.
for years is fundamentally different than two people who want a better life who move to this country and maybe they don't properly go through the process and they have a child. I think these are
Oops.
remarkably different things.
well, there's definitely difference, but there's similarities, and if you allow me for a second to explain the
Go ahead.
strong similarities. In the same token, that's what you're trying to do with the government. You want, but in this instance, we American people are going to be on the hook for children's that are not necessarily or people individuals that are necessarily our making, our doing, or whatever the case to be, and it was gotten through illicit and wrong incorrect means. And I kind of identify with Kai's approach is like you can't, or the government or the law or the judicial system is not in the business of enforcing an illegal contract. And if they're here illegally, then that's how I kind of see this issue. When you went to a whole bunch of benefits and you just jump over the immoral aspect or the incorrect or the lawlessness of it, and
So
I
yeah,
well, go go
even
ahead.
in the hypothetical that you've given me, now I
Okay.
don't think it should be legally responsible, but if this, athlete is sowing his oats, has the same resources that the American government does, then I do think that they should help out that child, even though they're not legally obligated to do so,
Okay.
because I think that we should care for the poor and the needy and those who, could use our help. And I think that even though it was attained by illegal means, like so for example, if I got a knock on the door right now and a woman that I dated 20 years ago is like or not 20 years ago, but like 10 years ago comes up to me and says like, "Oh, yeah, I poked a hole in the condom, but here's your kid."
Mhm,
Right?
mhm,
Um and I would have a lot of big feelings,
mhm.
but I would have some moral, not legal, but moral
Yeah,
obligation to this is my child, and I
exactly.
should, if I can, help them out. That would be a moral obligation that I feel I would have. But
Uh,
these again, it's so hard to compare these because how we treat individual actors is far, far different than how we treat government actors and how we should treat governments and things like that. And I think
it,
that again, that the the problems with adjudicating and removing birthright citizenship and the illegal contract would be worse than simply having some granting citizenship to these
so
illegal children, if you want to
so
call them.
so wait, yeah, my position is not per se to snatch away their citizenship or whatever the case may be. My position is moving forward to change the laws, the existing law, to protect us, the American people, against this type of thing that would expose us. So
I don't think it exposes us. I don't think it puts us in
how
any
can we
real
go,
danger, at least not at this
s-
point in
Vic,
time, and we're
Vic,
not even near any real danger, and we get more benefit, and we
see,
know this because we have
see,
the Institute of Manhattan
Wick,
that says this, we
Wick,
have the Cato
Wick,
Institute that says
you're
this, we have these are right-leaning organizations, to be clear. I'm not citing democratic organizations or liberal organizations, or, I'm sorry, progressive organizations. We are citing right-wing conservative organizations that clearly showcase that immigration, illegal or legal, is a net benefit to our country. And I, again, think that bringing in people and making them into American citizens in truth, right? Which means, and what do I mean by that? I mean that they buy in to the American project and they assimilate.
So I'm gonna say this in lemon play, and I'll let the
Go ahead.
next person go.
Yeah.
My disposition, or my take on this is a basic one. It's a moral one. It's a law one, and you seem to unfortunately miss the mark. And this is what the Democrats, I say, miss the mark on this. I am an independent, and this is why I choose to be independent, because I don't agree with your take or the Democratic take on this particular issue.
That's fair.
At
You
the
don't
end
have
of the
to
day,
agree,
let me finish.
but I am
Let
correct
me finish. Let
anyway.
me finish. Well, you could
Yeah,
be
yeah.
correct. I'm just saying, legal. I mean, if we're talking morals and ethics and things like that, nature, then two people coming over here, that's wrong. And having a child, already that's
Why?
like,
Why is it wrong?
okay. Well, I mean, if they're coming over here illegally and they're here illegally,
They're
they
running
already break.
from the cartels in
Okay,
Mexico. They
so
have no way to escape them in their hometown except for to flee. And the
yeah,
only place that
yeah,
they can find for
yeah.
safety
Okay,
is America. They will be
okay,
protected and they want to protect their child. Is it wrong? Because she's
okay,
pregnant, right? At this point, right?
okay.
Is it wrong? Is it
That doesn't
immoral
give them.
of them to want to protect
That
their
doesn't give
child?
them. That doesn't give them right to break the law. That's like
I think
saying
it does. If I'm
no,
starving,
no.
I think that the higher law is that if my children are starving and I need to steal a loaf of bread to feed them, I would be doing something immoral if I did not steal that loaf of bread. To allow my
Oh,
children to die
okay,
because of some service to a law, that
okay,
is crazy to me. I
okay,
think is immoral to me. I think
okay,
that when we put the law, right, the law of Moses and all these things
okay,
above the higher law, the celestial law, then
okay,
I think that it is immoral and that we should, again, if my principles come into conflict and in order um to do something that I consider moral, I need to break the law, then I'm going to break the law. So for example, if it become illegal to stop the sexual assault of women, like if Sharia law come into place, right? All of Kai's worst fears were to be realized, and we have Sharia law in the land, okay, where you can't say no to a man who wants to have sexual relations with you or some bullshit like that. I think that it would be you have a moral duty to break that law because that law is no longer moral. The laws are there, right, to help protect us and to, I think they should kind of help point us in a moral direction. And when the law does not serve that end and in fact becomes an obstacle to that end, I think we have a moral duty to break the law. And you know what? The founding fathers agree with me. You think that they were obeying the law when they rose up against the king? No, they were breaking that law and they should have. And it was
okay.
good.
I'll say this and I'll pass the mic.
Sure.
Lastly, I was the one that asked the question about to leave whatever. You said allegiance, extending citizenship would expire allegiance, and nothing more clearly this last election told me that you could not be more incorrect, or it showed me the importance of being an American and being what America first means when you put your own country's interests above American interests. And I think that's what happened with this last election with a lot of pro-Palestine people. They saw what happened with Gaza, and they put that above what I felt that they should have stepped up to the plate and didn't vote for Kamala. So in that particular instance, we have people voting for their own country over America. So I'll pass the mic on that.
Thank you so much, Calvin. I appreciate you. All right, Kay, welcome back to the panels. It's been forever since you've been here. We love you. We're so excited. Go ahead with your question or comment to either of the two gentlemen, please.
Sure. Okay, Kai, I have a question for you. So earlier on in the debate, you and Wick were talking about the Congress that ratified the 14th Amendment, yes?
Indeed.
And you said that this Congress was worried about the amount of people who would get birthright citizenship, yes?
Yes.
Yes. If they were worried about the amount of people who would get birthright citizenship, why is it that they did not hard code the 14th Amendment with a maximum?
Because it's different policy. Like the specific, specific amounts of immigration, it require different legislation. You wouldn't need an amendment with a hard cap of immigrants. And I also think it would be unwise to. I mean, why would you have an amendment to the Constitution with a provision about a specific number of immigrants? I think it kind of falls outside the purview of what a constitutional amendment is supposed to do. But they did actually enact plenty of policy, specifically in California. In fact, Senator Conness very specifically mentions all the things they've done in California to limit the amount of influence of Chinese in California.
Okay, but I still don't understand how this is like, how that is a difference. Like I just don't get how the Congress. It just seems to me like the Congress couldn't have been that worried about the amount of people that would get birthright citizenship
because they didn't put it in an amendment.
Yeah, because they didn't put in like a hard cap in the amendment.
Well, that would be like saying the Congress right now doesn't, care enough about some issue because they haven't put it as a part of an amendment that was passed. Or maybe we go back to the time. I mean, what was the last time an amendment was passed? When was the 24th Amendment passed? It would be like saying that they're not worried about some issue because they haven't included it in an amendment that was being ratified. I think just the function of ratification of amendments, because it is so difficult, because you need such a strong majority, and because it's just such a controversial thing.
Yes,
you want to limit the amount of things that are disagreeable, and I think a specific provision as to a number of immigrants is something that is just not generalizable in that way in an amendment.
I think it's pretty obvious that it was largely agreeable. In fact, it was 2/3 agreeable, at least, in that Congress to not have a cap. And therefore, you can infer that within that Congress, at least 2/3 of them weren't really worried about amount.
I got to stop you there. Like, the idea that they didn't express a cap does not mean that they believed it should be unlimited. That is not true. That is a ridiculous claim to make. You're saying that the absence of an argument as for a cap means that all of them would have been in favor of unlimited immigration?
No, I didn't say all. I meant those who voted in favor of the amendment.
Okay, so because those who voted in favor of the amendment, because they didn't include a cap, they were in favor of unlimited immigration. Do you believe that's the case? Like, this is 14 years before we begin to talk about Chinese exclusion.
That's the law that's the amendment they passed. That's the nature of it.
I do not think, I just completely disagree with your understanding of politics and the way that this legislation was passed. And I don't think you'd reasonably extend that kind of logic to any other piece of legislation. Just because there is not a specific provision being made does not mean people are in favor of or agree with a lack of a limit. And I think we see that because, like,
it speaks quite strongly to it.
Only a decade later, you have a severe restriction of immigration. If these people were mostly on board with unlimited immigration, what happened in the next 10 years that so significantly changed their opinion?
I wasn't talking
and if that's the case, why?
I wasn't talking about unlimited immigration. I was talking about unlimited birthright citizenship.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about immigration. Am I tweaking?
We're talking about the 14th Amendment. Yes. We're talking about the Congress that ratified the 14th Amendment. Yes.
Wick, I trust you on this, Sarah. I trust you on this too. I'm deferring to you both.
I'm going to be real with you. I wasn't paying attention.
No worries, Sarah. You're the moderator. It's your job, so I'm going to defer to you. Kay very specifically mentioned number of immigrants, right?
Oh, you're asking to recall a specification.
Angry American might be biased to my side, but he very specifically mentioned the number of immigrants. Yeah.
If I did, I misspoke. I meant the number of.
Hold on, we're clarifying. Shut the fuck up.
Well, hold on. Let's not say the F word. I think that's enough.
Hold on.
Give my brother K.O. Dave, my spiritual brother,
I love Dave.
a little more respect.
I love Dave.
Spin answered the question, so go ahead and mute back up. Spin. Kay and Kai, go back to it.
Yeah. Well, this is what I'll read to you, Kay, because I think this is a good point. This is what I was originally going to cite to Wick. The most liberal proponent of birthright citizenship said the following concerning how many people this would apply to, and this is their perception. Now, I agree with you; they didn't put a cap, but I think it's it's because a cap to the amount of immigration to the United States is something that would be expressed in different legislation, not a ratification.
We're not
of an
talking about
amendment.
immigration. Remember, we're talking about birthright citizenship.
Well, yes, but that's what I'm talking about. Like, it wouldn't make sense to ratify an amendment and then put a limit to, okay, you have birthright citizenship as a rule up until like the 100th person who gets it. The problem is that you're trying to apply something in a more or less universal way. However, the application of the universality is something that's also being adjusted, or it's being perceived in the context of how many immigrants are coming in. And in the case of Senator Conness, how many women are coming who could even bear children? And he says they are extremely few in number. This is what he states regarding how many people it would apply to. And this is what I was mentioning prior, Wick. This is on page 2892 of the Congressional Globe from 1867. Or 1866, May 30th, 1866. He says, here is a simple declaration. He's responding to the guy who's against it. He says, here's a simple declaration that a score or a few score of human beings, so it's not scores, it's a score or a few score of human beings born in the United States shall be regarded as citizens of the United States, entitled to civil rights, to the right of equal defense, to the right of equal punishment for crime with other citizens, and that such a provision should be deprecated by any person having or claiming to have a high humanity passes all my understanding and comprehension. He perceives it to be explicitly related to a score or a few scores.
It
seems
did
he
vote? To be clear, just a housekeeping thing for me. I got about 10 minutes before.
Yeah, I got to jump in like 10 too. But Kay, I think that gives a good explanation of where their heads are at.
Okay, I disagree, but okay. I just think
hold on, Kai. This argument is not a very strong one, at least in my opinion, and you may disagree, but I think that relying on a quote about the numbers doesn't really help when their intent was pretty clearly to apply it to one and all. And as Effigy said, in order to prevent the creation of like a hereditary caste system, which they did not want to happen, especially after the Civil War. I think that, like, yes, it's just trivially true that they may not have expected the numbers that were in place, but I don't think that speaks to their intent at all.
If you were debating about policy and you believed that it would have an effect that only affected like 10 people, and you discovered later on that it affected 1 million, and the quantity significantly altered the effect that would have demographically on your country, I think you would go back and you would say, maybe we should have consulted that more closely. And a big part of why they didn't do that is probably because the 14th Amendment was specifically in the context post Civil War of trying to be sure that Black people, African Americans, were not disenfranchised in the way they typically had been. These guys are talking about this tangential item of immigrants receiving it, despite the fact that
a tangential item. That was the whole point.
I think no, that's not the case. That
yes,
is not the
because
case. The whole point of the 14th Amendment citizenship clause debate was about immigrants.
It was about how to prevent an underclass based on race, based on bloodlines. That's what it was about.
Specifically tailored to the actual lived experience of Black people.
If I can finish,
okay.
The catalyst for that discussion was slavery, no doubt. But this has been an issue that they were having to deal with and looking as again, they spoke of extensively in the log. If you read it about gypsies,
I've been quoting it
about Indians. They even go through about like which Indians would this apply to, which ones it wouldn't apply to, right?
True.
They were considering all these different like cases and things like that. So to kind of boil it down to just slavery or primarily slavery,
it is primarily slavery. 100%.
I don't think it's accurate for and people could just read the debate and see, right? I think that like at the end of the day, like the purpose was to make sure that there was a clear delineation of who is a citizen and who is not a citizen, right? And provide the stat or the I guess the thing that we can measure to determine whether or not someone is a citizen or not. And they decided upon birthright citizenship. And that's what they applied into law. And that's just how it was.
I do want to, can I specify something? Real
quickly, because I want to let Clay be able to have his chance.
I formally referred to immigration restrictions occurring, I think, 14 years. I was actually confusing that. There is one passed 4 years later called the Burlingame-Seward Treaty, which was a restriction of Chinese immigration. So that's the same Congress. I just wanted to clear that up for people who were objecting prior. It is the exact same Congress that severely restricted immigration in their same congressional term.
Can
All right.
I'm sorry. Can he repeat that? Can he repeat the last part?
I want to
of
we'll send it in an email. Clay, I want you to go ahead and ask your question because they're both limited on time. Rewind it, angry man. Go ahead, Clay.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you, Kai. Thank you, Wick, for coming on to this platform. We really appreciate it over here at the Mater Nation. That's really stout of you guys. But I got some stuff for you, and I don't want to get lost in the minutia. I hate meta. I want to see where your minds are at. For both of you guys, do you see a problem with parents? And this is very important because this is also getting into parental issues, okay? Do you see a problem with parents who commit crimes with children in tow?
Yes.
Sure, yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, now, when parents commit crimes with children in tow, are they putting those children in danger?
Yes.
Depends on the crime. Not all crimes are going to put you into danger. If you commit tax fraud, what danger are you putting yourself in?
You go to jail and the child is given up to some other protector.
Okay, but that when we say danger, I don't think that you're putting the child in danger in any significant way. It's a fundamentally different thing.
I guess taking it directly or indirectly.
Sure, but I think that conflating these types of dangers, we do need to differentiate them. The danger you put a child in by bringing them along to your bank heist
little
is
danger,
a fundamentally different kind of danger.
Is it not going to be little danger, big danger?
Yes, little danger, big danger. But that scale matters. You understand?
Okay, very good. I want to move along because I don't want it to take up 2 minutes.
Sure, but I'm just saying it matters.
I get it. No, I understand your position. So when it comes to that danger, when a parent goes to jail, regardless of the little danger, big danger, the state then steps in and takes the custody of that child, correct? Unless there's somebody else willing to do that.
As I understand it, I'm not too familiar with the system, but
okay. Okay, very good. So when it comes to more serious crimes, that parent may never retrieve that custody of that child.
It's certainly a possibility.
Okay, so this is a logic train. Okay, in my mind, when you put a child in danger, you are like that's one of the highest crimes in my mind. Like that's almost scum right there. Now, with illegal immigration, sure, there's the civil ones, right? But then there's also the criminal aspects of illegal immigration.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Okay.
I would cede to you that by bringing them across the border illegally, that you are putting your child in danger. But do you judge a parent who is fleeing from the cartels, fleeing from a greater danger, for bringing their child along in order to avoid that?
Asylum is not the same as illegal immigration. When you are fleeing a country because there's cartels or war, that is not illegal immigration. That is seeking asylum. So let's separate that issue out. If that's your position,
then okay, fair enough.
That is 100%. I am all about people seeking asylum because of horrific things going off in their own home country.
Then
I think they should seek asylum. But then, so we are on the same side.
We may not have a lot of daylight between our positions here.
Yeah, exactly. Now, here's my big question. Would you support a bill that made it an extra criminal activity, a felony, if parents that bring their children, or if they're pregnant and have a child, because they're endangering that child, because they're putting them into the penal system, forcing the American people to take care of that child within that custody system, they're actually endangering that child to where they should have actually been. Would you support a bill that stated that if they do that, that would become a felony because it's a felony child endangerment?
The reason
I'm already guessing Kai's position on that. I want to hear your switch.
Sure. The reason I wouldn't support that, because under the logic train that you just laid out, making it a felony makes it more likely that the parent is going to be separated from the child and for longer, and it would be harder to get them back.
I like that. And so I have a provision in the bill. The provision is that the parent has a choice. They're going to get deported. regardless what happens, right? So it's a felony, they get deported, right? Now, the provision is they can take that child with them. They don't get to return. The child retains his citizenship. He can become a dual citizen, no problem, but the parents can never return.
I'd have to think about that more. I can't give you an answer off the top of the
Very
dome.
good.
That's something I have
Very
to
good.
consider.
And
Would
here's,
can I ask you just
Yeah.
real quick? Would you consider making it a crime for making a provision for other crimes other than immigration? So say they were taking their kid to a bank heist or something. Would you add in extra penalties for that?
I think child endangerment is one of the biggest problems that we have in the United States.
I'm just curious.
Human trafficking is a problem, and that actually leads into child endangerment too. So yes, I'm all about protecting those who are the most vulnerable among us. And I want to add in, because I'm presenting this as a bill, right?
Yes.
So the idea of producing it as a felony if they endanger a child, and then they have the option, get the fuck out, take your children with you. That's great. Okay. But if the child, because I want to make sure that that people understand, it's not just heartless, take your child and get the fuck out. They have the option, if the child gets left in the system, to obviously there's an adoption process. If before the adoption process happens, they want to take that child back because they need, their child, they decided finally they want their child, no problem. You can take your child, you pay for it, and you retrieve it at a port of entry. You still cannot enter into the United States. So I'm not heartless. You can have your child, not a problem. Okay, I want to make sure that's understood. You retrieve the child at a port of entry, you pay for it.
I don't know about this, man. Like I'm not entirely against it, right? But I'm seeing problems, right? It just feels that it's going to make it more likely that parents and children are going to remain separated. Like if the child retains its citizenship and they're here, it makes it harder for the parents to stay with the children. But there might be like
the option for them to take the child
coming
with them.
here. Like I'd have to think about it more. But
yeah. Look, I have the bill. I've written it out, and I'll send it to you. How about that? Same thing for you, Kai?
Okay, maybe, right? If I can get to it, I'll get to it, right? But maybe, right?
I like it. I like it. Just because I'm center right? This is where I sit on the political scale. Most people here know this about me. I always try to find that middle ground for the two, and I think that this is like the most feasible thing for both of you guys, or both sides, I should say. So I appreciate it. I'm gonna let it go on because I know you guys ain't got much time left.
I wanted to, Kai and Wick, because you said 10 minutes, and that time's probably
I'm going to try to give as many people as possible. Like that was a soft 10, but
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. As Varun, question to you, sir, for either Wick or Kai.
Thank you for having me on your show, Sarah. I want to ask Kai a question.
Okay. Go ahead.
Kai, regarding birthright citizenship, instead of that, why is it that in the US they didn't make a kind of law that would only allow people with skills to become immigrants? Instead of making people with skills as immigrants, why did they make this birthright citizenship law? Like, what happened that created this mess in the first place?
I think really it's that every single time we've tried to restrict immigration, we've tried to especially stop illegal immigration, who are the individuals who stand to benefit the most, right, from birthright citizenship. Every single time we end up allowing for something in order to restrict it. I mentioned the amnesty, for instance, with Reagan. Things end up not going the way that the Congress had intended. And that's what I think it is. I think we just have to cut out the naivete. Like I was saying to Wick, I'm not opposed to bringing in some immigrants who are incredibly skilled and incredibly productive, but I think it has to be offset by self-deportations and deportations of illegal immigrants to achieve a net zero effect, at least for 10 years. I think you have to have a kind of cultural incubation that occurs. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the time, it's just the Congress doesn't recognize the effect that is going to happen. And that's why I'm a conservative. I'm a conservative because I don't believe in radical change, because radical change often produces more conflicts than it resolves. And then
hold on
to resolve
ending
the
birthright citizenship is a radical change.
Yes, But I think it's a response. I think it's a response to a bunch of problems we have created because we initially
that was
made
just
a
wild to say, right? I'm a conservative because I don't
Yeah.
believe in radical change, but here I am advocating for this radical change. Is just a wildly.
No, you're right. And there are exceptions, right? Like if you look at the Burkean sense of the word conservative, it doesn't mean that there are not changes that can be undergone. But I think that the changes should try to align ourselves overall with kind of the national identity and historic identity of the nation. So, for instance, returning to originalism on a bunch of rulings would certainly be radical, but I think it's in alignment with the individuals and the stock that created the country that we all appeal to in an effort to validate whether or not a thing is good or not. So I think I'm pretty justified in my heuristic.
Can I ask Kai one more question, Sarah?
Of course.
Yeah. Somewhere in the 1980s, some students from Chile had come and they studied under Milton Friedman, and they understood how capitalism works. So that time, Americans backed Pinochet against the communists, and the capitalist system won. So that way, why is it that instead of trying to fit everyone into the Western world who actually don't assimilate, why can't people start sending representatives, students to study the way the Western world has been built and the successive points, taking the successive factors of the Western world, coming back home and trying to implement it here? Why aren't the world leaders doing that? That actually is, don't you think it's more secure to do it like that? Because multiculturalism always leads to conflict. Multiracial societies tend to fail. But if you look at a successive society and try to implement its laws after studying their ways for some time into your nation, that will work out better. Why aren't the governments doing this, but they're only looking at short-term goals, favoring illegal immigration to only booster the votes for their parties, and then in the end, like even the ones who've immigrated, their lives just go to hell. They're just used as vote banks.
Yeah, the interesting thing is this is actually one of the better arguments for immigration. It's the idea that people come here, they're educated, they're successful, and then they return to their home nations and improve them. I think that's a much better argument for immigration. The problem is that what seems to happen is instead of people leaving, and sometimes they stay, but they do still produce some good in their home countries. A lot of times what happens is they just bring more people from their home country here, and it significantly shapes the political demographics of the country because you begin to start playing more of a game of interest politics and begin deciding American elections based off of what our posture to a foreign nation is or what our posture to immigration is. If a party is against immigration, I mean, this is the response I get from Democrats a lot. They're like, well, Republicans are losing because you guys just don't like immigrants.
When has that ever happened?
That has happened.
When has an election be decided based on our foreign policy?
Possibly in 2024. We've had multiple people now.
That's the case.
We've had multiple people now, like literally just in this conversation. We've had multiple people.
All the exit polls showed that the people's biggest issues, foreign policy, was so far down the list. I don't think it even cracked the top 10. So where are you getting this idea that the 2024 election was decided upon based on foreign policy?
I don't think there's any decisive way of absolutely determining it, but I think there is a significant political shift in the political demographic based off of interest politics. Absolutely. And that, by the way, I don't think that always happens at the federal level for parts of the reasons that you cited, but in state elections, dude, absolutely. You look at a state like California, in the state legislature, do you not think that catering to the interests of the immigrants there, particularly as it pertains to cooperation with ICE or cooperation just with law enforcement in general or immigration restriction, do you not think that has a sway on the outcome of an election? Of course it does. Or foreign policy. I mean, the posture.
Look at Florida has a lot of immigrants from
Cuba, dude. Absolutely.
Right. But that didn't they cooperated with ICE. So the immigrants.
Okay. If you're going to cite the one population that's Republican,
the variable here. Like Texas, for example, too. Texas, I think, may have the most immigrants of any state.
Cubans are the new.
California and Texas are competing for that title, right?
Cubans are the new model migrant.
Was obviously in full cooperation with ICE. So this variable that we're looking at isn't the amount of immigrants. It has to be something else.
I completely disagree. I think that.
Well, you can disagree, but these are what the stats are, buddy.
So okay. No, I've actually got a perfect example. What do you think about the mayoral race in Minnesota, in Minneapolis?
The mayoral race in Minnesota. I'm not
in Minneapolis.
That.
Minneapolis between who was it? who was it? It was Omar Fateh, and who's the guy that was running against him? Is it Jacob Frey?
Was this during the ICE surge? Did this election happen during the ICE surge?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Let me,
because that would
I want to get my stats right. Well, hold on. I think you're assuming the results. The results are that Omar Fateh lost, but a part of what caused him to lose the election was tribalism among different factions of Somalians. Jacob Frey made a better appeal to certain ethnic communities within the Somalian community. So the ethnic angle actually worked against the Somali candidate.
Voting population of Somalis in Minneapolis. I just don't know the answer to this.
I had a buddy who lived there who 50% of his graduating class was Somali.
Okay,
and that was in 2021.
Right? Like,
well, let me look it up.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
And we'll wrap that piece up, and then I want to let Pedrino ask his question.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you,
Asvern.
Okay, let me see here. Okay, don't give it to me by county. Give it to me in Minneapolis, please, the city.
And like, what foreign policy issue did he use?
No, it wasn't necessarily foreign policy. It was ethnic. It was ethnic politics. It was the appeal to a specific racial minority, and that I think is a problem. Like, I think you would agree with me. You would agree with me that if we get to a point, if we get to a point with our politics where we're making appeals to specific ethnic groups based off of what their particular interest is, that probably negatively affects our democracy. Would you agree or disagree with that?
It depends on what the appeal is and what group's being appealed to. I don't think it necessarily can. Like, I think that when it comes to, if you have a group of people who have been in the community for all their lives, appealing to that group rather than the people who have just moved in could possibly be fine, depending on the appeal, right? It's context dependent.
Yeah. So for instance, in the Somali community, this is actually interesting. They have declined in their support for the Democratic Party, and it has been attributed, I'm just reading from Wikipedia here, to the party's more liberal stances on family and cultural values such as gender identity and LGBTQ issues, as well as Biden's handling of the Gaza war.
Okay, I'm being told, just real quick, I'm being told that the percentage of Minneapolis, and take it for a grain of salt because this is chat, and chatters are lessers, okay? They're saying the best they can find is about 2 to 3%.
Give me a second here. I'm trying to find.
That might be wrong,
not from chat.
But I'm just saying, like, if it's only 2 to 3%, no, there's no way it influenced the election, man. It just didn't happen. It's like that is a crazy opinion. Elections are won by far less than 2 to 3% every single 2 years. Like, that's a ridiculous angle. And if you have a voting block, that votes as a block, it is even more easy. But you just admitted that the Somalians didn't vote as a block.
No, they did. They vote 91% for the Democratic Party. They absolutely vote as a block.
Let me allow Pedrino to ask his question, and I mean, you guys are welcome to stay if you want to keep going. That's but I at least want to let him ask his question. Pedrino, your question to either Kai or Wick, please.
Hi everyone, Sarah. Thank you for the participation. I love your channel. Well, answer the question. I agree. One moment. I am God. As God, I wish to say that the United States of America should be a welcome country to almost all crowds in the world. I like to say just it.
That was it?
Yes,
Brother, that was beautiful. I do have to go, Sarah. Can I give a little outro before I go?
Absolutely. Your final thoughts to the panel and the audience, Wick.
Okay, well, my final thoughts is, you know what? We are all brothers and sisters at the end of the day. The human race, I am a humanist, a human supremacist, okay, if we're going with it. Like, if aliens came, I would side with the humans over the aliens. That's just what happened.
Even if they were illegal?
even if they were if they were illegal, it doesn't matter. Like the outer space aliens, the humans are gonna fight them. We're gonna win, okay? Or we'll win them over, and we'll create and then we will adopt them, and they will assimilate into our culture. We'll find out. Either way, gang. Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. If you like what I have to say, if you enjoy watching Wick TV, if you want to become a Wicker, you come to my channel, okay, Wick TV, and you click that follow button, you click that subscribe button, click that like button. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, we're going to have the Soy Pill on, and we're going to have Bishop on. Bishop is a Lockheed liberal. They're going to be talking about a few things. They're going to be talking about the Hassan subpoena. They're going to be talking about what our stance should be towards Cuba. It should be a wonderful discussion, so tune in for that. Sarah, thank you. Always a pleasure. And yeah, I'm gonna see you guys later. Bye.
Thank you so much, Wick. I appreciate you. And Kai, if you needed to go as well, I leave the floor to you to give your final thoughts to everyone.
Yes, I love you guys. You're all awesome. I love Wick. So sad he didn't love me back in his closing statement, but I love Wick. I thought it was a really fun debate. Thank you for having me, Sarah. Of course, thank all of you kind people. Thank you to Duck for the diagnosis. I was going to get checked out by a psychiatrist, but you saved me a trip. Yeah, I appreciate all you guys. Be sure to subscribe on YouTube. Kai Schwemmer is exactly the way that my name is spelled here. That's the channel. Kai Schwemmer on X as well, and Kai Clips on Instagram, Clips with a K. Appreciate all you guys. Love you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Kai. Have a wonderful night.
See ya.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I do recognize, gentlemen, that went a little longer than normal. It took us a little extra time to get through the donos, and of course, each person had really great questions, so it was a little lengthy for each one. But you guys did earn your gauntlet. Is everyone planning on staying and having the conversation?
That's the dream.
Wow. So much excitement. So much enthusiasm. Yay.
I'm going to head to bed myself.
I'll have to search for the unmute button. Muted so long.
Yeah,
Kai, did you want to give any Kai, did you want to give any final thoughts?
You mean me, Kay?
Or I'm sorry. Yes, Kay. Sorry.
Yeah, Kai's the other guy. No, I'm good. I think it was fun being here again. Yeah. So
awesome. Yeah. Okay.
I'm a hard R liberal, just like Wick. So yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Hi, Effigy. It's been a while.
What's going on? Okay.
Good. Yeah. So thanks for having me on.
Thank you, Kay. We'll catch you the next round.
Adios.
It's good to see you back again. All right, I'm going to go ahead and kick off the gauntlet, and we're going to start that off here in just a second. If you already know where you're going, feel free to head on over. I'll set up the raid. Spin, I'll go ahead and let's see, for the win and spin would be very right-leaning. Calvin, you're kind of going to be somewhere in the middle. Clay, somewhere in the middle. And Effigy, you're going to be left-leaning on this topic. So this is actually perfect. We could still have a conversation and not end up in an echo chamber.
Can you at least put us on the right side of the fucking aisle for a change? I mean,
yeah,
Clay can stay exactly where he is.
Yeah, if you switch for the win and spin with the other side, that literally would be.
Some might say that. Some might say that's racist.
While you're doing that, I'll be right back. 1 second.
Take your time. All right.
Well, technically, you're on stage, right?
If you, technically, you're on my right or whatever it is. Okay.
Perception.
If you are watching over on the Raging Tomato on Twitch, on YouTube, on Twitter, on Kick, on whatever, we are shifting everything over to the Gauntlet on YouTube. That is at the Gauntlet Debate. So you'll need to head over there if you'd like to continue. Otherwise, I'm shutting everything down on every other side right now. If you're on the Raging Tomato watching right now, you will automatically catch the raid over. All right. We love you. We'll catch you on the other side. Okay, Spin, go ahead, kick us off. You're probably going to have some fun with this, I'm sure. No more. Where's Shaman, by the way? We need him to complete this package.
I sent him the link. He hasn't responded yet.
Maybe he's busy.
Yeah.
Maybe he's busy.
You know, it was a very good, it was a very, I have to say this, it was a very good debate.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was, but Wick is just some radical fucking lunatic that thinks that we should have open borders and we should welcome everybody into the United States.
I don't think
There's
that's
no
what he said, though.
way.
I don't think that's what he
literally
was saying.
didn't say any of that.
Okay, then correct me. I mean, that's what I heard.
He even spoke to that very early on when it was his opening statement. He even kind of clarified that legally this, legally that. Yes, we'll agree here, we'll agree there. However, comma, that the child should not have.
Okay, so thank you, Sarah. I remember that now. I mean, it is, 3 hours and 45 minutes later, and a lot was said. I mean, and you know what, Sarah? It was nice for you to let it go as long as it did, honestly.
Well, I mean, when everybody's getting along and able to ask the questions and everybody's able to have I didn't feel the need to intervene with them at all. And I thought they were both very good faith in their conversation. And even the super chats, like you guys send in that money to ask those questions. So I want you to feel like you're getting your money's worth when you ask those questions.
So this is my take, and I think it should be obviously for the win, and I see a lot of the same views. In my purview, I don't feel. Well, let me digress a second. If you come into this country illegally, or excuse me, I'll take this stance first. If you are here on the H-1 visa or one of those acronymed visas, right? And let's use the tourist visa. I think I know that a little better. The tourist visa, and you are pregnant. The women are pregnant, right? And nowadays you have to specify this. And you are pregnant, and you have. I know in to get a visa or even to come into the United States, you must show financial stability or the means in case you were to have that child in the United States. And you show all that, you come into the United States, and you have that child. I understand people do that for reasons. I'm not saying all. I'm saying people come into the United States, they have the child, and the child becomes a citizen under today's laws. And, at some point, they're going to leave this country. Okay.
The kid.
With that child. So what I am against is for the parents to use that child as an anchor, and I'm using the term anchor very loosely, or a tie to the United States. I do not feel in my own good conscience that these children that come into this country should be awarded American citizenship.
Spank, can I ask? This may sound a little different. It's not. If if the kid is over here, it came over here illegally, even if they're 18 years old now, should they go back?
Wait a minute. Say that one more time, Joe.
If the kid, the immigrant, was over here illegally, he's been here for 18 years now, just graduated high school or something, should the kid be sent back?
I'm not
Angry. I think he's asking if it's not a newborn, if the child crosses the border as a minor.
Yes, thank
up
you.
here. I think that was the caveat.
Yes, thank you. The reason I'm asking, Spin, I'm not trying to catch you in anything. I'm sorry, Sarah. I was just trying to say that it's obvious. It's look, in my opinion, I hope my mic is working here, Spin.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, you're trying to figure out the answer to the question, which is why the hesitancy. It's not that you don't understand it. Before you answer, you want more, in my opinion. And the reason I'm asking that is because if you're the cat who thinks that, hey, if you broke a law, you should go back, I don't want to give you room for these nuanced conversations. You don't deserve them. Really only the anchor baby. If you're way over here, I don't even want to discuss anchor baby with you. In my opinion, I think you're one of those cats who think they should go back if they broke a law. That's a more honest conversation to be having, in my opinion.
Before you respond, Spin, Clay, if you wouldn't mind just taking over, I'm going to go make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I know everyone here is on their best behavior. I trust all of you, and I especially trust Clay to take over for me while I step away. Give me just a few minutes, gentlemen. Go ahead, Spin.
Make two.
Okay. Hold on, Joe. So,
yes,
my
that's what I want to hear.
My hesitancy to answer the question is I just want to understand the basis for it.
That's what I said.
The base,
rather than just answering it, right?
So let me see if I can help to clarify the question, because the question it is about, I'm assuming, minors. And is
any illegal immigrant that's over here illegally, broken no other laws, should that person be sent back? It's a simple question. You can apply minors to it. Adults, should they be sent back? Spin.
Well, that's kind of the thing is, like, I don't think you can apply the same. Even Wick kind of brought this up, and I actually agree with Wick that you can't apply the law same to minors that you apply them to adults.
Okay, great. So minors, do they get, I don't know, should we send them back? Spin.
Yes.
Okay, so we don't have to do the nuanced anchor baby argument. You think that, and adults too, should they be sent back, Spin?
But wait a minute. But the prompt is, should the U.S. allow birthright citizenship?
Yeah, I dig it, but I didn't even.
Hold on, Joe. Hold on. So to stay on prompt, I am arguing the fact that just because somebody comes into this country pregnant, right, should not have the legal right, in my purview, for that child to become a U.S. citizen. Now, when you say a minor, or the parents that have come across this border, or that are already born, they are at that point. And Clay, our resident constitutionalist, could probably answer this question, but I'm going to give the prompt to the question. A minor is already born. Therefore, in my purview, and I believe very strongly on this argument, if the child, the mother, the father, the grandmother, the granddaddy that have come into this country and overstayed their welcome, absolutely. I believe under Clay, the immigration statute. Please give me the U.S. code, whatever the fuck it is. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, I mean, whatever U.S. code that's under, I don't remember.
Okay, they have a law that says that they should go back. I agree with that. If you say there's a law, I agree. And I would rather argue than what the law exists, and maybe you guys would rather argue something else. I say, that's less of an interesting argument.
Well, they choose their moments to be authoritarian, right? To like cede to nothing but law, and then other times to make moral arguments. It's a moral argument as to whether or not a child who was brought here when they were young, and then you
that is not a moral argument,
and you find them when they're older, and they don't
that
even
is by
speak
no means.
Let me finish talking. If you find a person who has grown up here from the time that they were small, no longer speaks a different language, has never even been in their mind to the other country, and you ship them off, you are doing an immorality to that person by sticking them in a place they can't even speak the language or have never been to. Like,
thank you. And that's exactly where I was going, Spin. And I'm saying that if you wait, Spin, wait. I'm not saying whether it's your policy or not. And I'm saying that if you hold that belief, I can assume your opinions on the rest of the shit. I need not hear them. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, you're
okay, and I get
you're
that.
Authoritarian.
I understand your argument, Joe. Listen, if you and your parents came into this country illegally and that child has been born, that does not instantly give that child U.S. citizenship. So therefore, they are just as illegal as the parents, the granddaddy.
Hey, let's get to the meat, Spin. Let's get to the meat. I'm not going to allow you to dodge right now. I'm not even in the mood. Spin.
Get them the fuck out of here. That's where they need to go.
I am curious, Spin. I'm going to restate your position a little bit here, but if they broke a law, they should go back. Is that fair?
Absolutely.
All right. So I'm curious, and this is the meat of it, baby. Who else do you hold to that stringent standard? Fucking Effigy just explained to you this is the only life he knows. He don't even speak that language, ain't even been over there. The punishment is severe. Who else do you hold to that standard? If they break a law, you put that severe punishment on them. I want to know. No one, just immigrants. That says it all. Yeah.
Well, no. Hold on. Can I for a second? Because I don't think that Spin is recognizing this as a punishment, right? So to send those unlawfully entered immigrants, that's not I mean, if it's a punishment to send someone back to a country of their origin, it would only be a punishment if they were seeking asylum. But if they're not seeking asylum, then that's not a punishment. They're just happen to be
a toddler willfully cross a border?
Supposed to be. But that's
you don't think it's a punishment to rip up the only life a person's known? They just graduated, all of their friends, everything, the language they speak. This is no punishment. This is you. Where's your heart? Can someone write this down and you believe it?
Can I also point something else out as well?
How's that not a horrible thing, Brick?
There's a misconception, and I heard it a lot during the debate. People were saying, the guys were saying that the United States has, in different ways, they were saying it, a duty to protect citizens. They even mentioned citizens that are abroad. That is not a thing. The United States, the government, does not have a duty to protect its citizens. That's why when you talk about the general welfare clause and the things that are encapsulated into law, they're called benefits. They're not called protections. The protections are your rights.
I think that's called a deflection, is what it's called.
That's not a deflection.
You're conflating the idea that the government has a duty to protect its citizens with this immigration issue, which is.
I was not even suggesting such a thing, that they had a duty. I was suggesting outright saying that it is immoral to rip a motherfucker away from the only life they've known. Any 17 or 18-year-old. That's what I was suggesting.
How is it a punishment for me to send you back to your home, to literally tell you that you are not allowed to be in my store, in my home? This is my private property.
Rephrase it all you like. Where is
it? Just extends to government.
The very point is, regardless whether mommy, daddy, grandma, grandpa, niece, surrogate, whatever, brought themselves across the border, no matter what age they are, if they have overstayed their welcome, or if they have come here illegally and they have skirted under the system for 30 fucking years, regardless of whatever life they have here, it does not negate the fact that they have no business to be here to begin with. If you want to call me an authoritarian, well, that's your local
I'd rather call you illogical.
Authority they have. It's
I'd
not
rather
illogical.
call you illogical. I'd rather call you a coward.
To a hyper degree.
I have a question.
And that's why. Because that hyper degree shit. You're holding them spin.
If you're in this country illegally, Joe.
Wait, no, you don't have to restate it. Let me respond. You don't have to restate it.
You have no right to be here.
I know. Just saying it louder. What that makes you look? I don't know what. What did you thought you'd gain from that? I have no idea. Saying the same shit louder. Here. Spin. If your logic was true, then you would hold that same. One second. If your logic were true, it would hold across the board, and you would want that same punishment for everyone who smoked weed illegally when they was a kid. You'd be turning your brothers and fathers in, because if you broke the law, you must do the punishment. Your logic doesn't hold. I don't have to go any further.
Hold on now, because those parents who committed that crime, if somebody goes and robs a bank, they don't get to keep those children. Right? They don't get to go to jail and keep those children. No, the logic is sound. You're not recognizing the penal system.
So,
mushing together all crimes into one just kind of
all
crime
crimes
blob.
are crimes, are they not?
Hold on.
Apparently not. Apparently there's one crossing over here. It's heavier.
Is there no moral difference between me stealing $5 from you?
All right. When you start
friend,
talking
viewers?
over each other, I start talking money. And shout out to Isa. She sent this like an hour ago, and I apologize. I really wanted to be able to get through everyone's questions, so I do apologize, everyone. Shout out to you, Ayatin, for the Big Ten. We love you. And also, remember, we are officially back on the dono goal mode now. You earned your gauntlet, but now you want to keep it. So continue inserting those donos, and we will continue as long as you want us to. All right. Go ahead, Spicoli. Jump in here.
All right. Here's my take on it. My take is very simple. If you come to this country, you're welcome here. But if you're coming to this country with the sole and express intent to basically, I'm going to be blunt, okay, sir? Can I be blunt? If you're coming here with the intent of inserting your penis into a vajayjay and busting a load
Get rid of them. Here's my pregnant.
Get rid of them. Here with the intent of getting a woman pregnant, then get the fuck out of here. This is not.
There's logic there, bro.
This is not. We're not oil farming for kids here. If you're coming here to bust inside of the vajayjay and get a woman pregnant, then get the fuck out of here. I think if you're doing that, I cannot be a citizen.
Okay, you made your point, Bill.
All right.
Mark, you're doing that.
No one can understand you. Yeah.
He's underwater.
Don't be busting in any vajayjays with the intent of getting a broad pregnant, okay?
Is that the only pussy you ever
Do
seen?
not do that. Do not, I repeat, do not insert your penis inside of a JJ with the sole intent of having a baby. We do not want that here in this country. And if you're doing that, then get the fuck out of here. America first. America, brother, believer. We don't want you busting.
He said America first.
Go get a better mic.
We don't even want you practicing.
I think he called you out crackers.
It all. If you're coming here with the intent of sticking your penis inside of the vajayjay, then don't come to America.
Please use one of my credits and get him the fuck out of here.
Where's the lady who does the sign language? So understand this.
All right. Oh, darn Spicoli. Spin used one of his credits to boot
Oh
you for the
no,
night.
no, oh no.
Oh, sorry. Oh, man, what a
Oh,
shame.
no.
We love you, Spicoli, but that mic just fucking sucks.
It was
Oh,
bad.
my God. I'd rather listen to nails on a chalkboard at that rate.
Hey, I love this shit, man. I live for this shit. I'm a weird, twisted fuck, but I love you motherfuckers. When I ask you a question of morality, you tell me, but the law says this.
So you
Nigga, I could live off of that shit the rest of my short life. That shit's so interesting to me.
Let me ask you then, Joe. Do you think that parents who commit crimes with children in tow should be held to a higher severity?
Not necessarily. I'll grant you the general so and so, but of course there'll be outliers just for the sake of the argument. Which, by the way, I see where it's going. I'll grant you, yes, they should be held higher. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, higher to what, like some standard of what, the law?
I think punishment is where you're going. I'll accept any at this point.
Penal system is valid, right? So we do have monsters out there. We do actually need a penal system, and we can go into the minutia of what should.
Earl Killer. Sorry, Clay. I'm so excited. Shit. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm
sorry. I haven't seen. She has been on panel in forever, and you know how I love the ladies. I apologize, Clay. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, anytime. Yeah, go ahead. Chime in.
No. Finish your thought, please.
Okay. So yeah, because Joe and I are having this back and forth, but okay. So at some point, we have to agree what the law and the penal system is going to serve. Of course, I know that the court is that final arbiter, and when it comes to duty to protect, the court has ruled that they're not going to back the idea of that the government has a duty to protect. So I don't know why people keep going down that logic train. They're already going to say, nope, we don't have a duty to protect. So when it comes to
Council Rock B. Gonzalez is what the case law you're exactly talking about. However, it's
Winnebago, actually.
Okay.
But I'm sure. Well, actually, there's a lot of cases that
Yeah.
back this idea, and DeShaney v. Winnebago is the one that I always come up with. But there's a lot of them. But
pick up Council Rock B. Gonzalez. It's just spot on, verbatim.
I like it. But yeah, so the idea that children do need a little more protection within the idea of rights.
Okay, can we cut to the chase? Are you really give a fuck about this kid? He's been here 18 years, just graduated high school. All his friends in life is here, and you want to send him back because he didn't get here right 17 years ago. Again, you must tell me that someone wrote it down, and we must obey it. He's your God, Clay.
I'm wondering if you would actually just say, like, I apologize, Clay. If you would instead say something like, all right, look, you've been here 18 years. Come to find out your parents aren't legal citizens. And based on our new laws, that would be you technically aren't a legal citizen either. Wouldn't it be more reasonable to say, hey, look, because you were a minor when you came here, we're going to give you the opportunity to jump
through a couple hoops or something. Yes,
a couple hoops, do the normal thing that most
teenagers, citizens do.
It's non-citizens like immigrants that do go through the legalities, that all of the hoops that they would go through, except they kind of can get beeline. The minors that just turned into adults.
It was a heart, right? Clay. It was a heart.
What the Dream Act was. That's what we tried to do with the Dreamers.
I guess I won't respond.
This can be put into two different categories. Where Joe Cool, you're talking about these kids that are 18. They've been here all their lives and everything. There's that sect of people, right?
Except for
and I can get behind letting them jump through certain hoops and allowing them to stay, but there are no voting rights. You could at max probably be a green card holder, but now with the new green card laws, you have to leave and then come back.
So here's my issue.
Hold on.
Hold on. I'm sure he wasn't done.
I have a whole issue with the framing of the argument itself. Okay. It's because we're on birthright citizenship for this panel, but you're presenting someone who doesn't have birthright citizenship. This is nothing to do with the actual topic.
This
I
is
thought I agree.
This is Joe's argument, okay?
Yeah,
but then when you have these folks that have come across the border as an invasion during the Biden tenure, that's a whole other topic. Every single one of those people need to leave.
Yeah, that is a topic that you can't win, by the way.
Here comes the brown people. Oh, heavens to Murgatroyd.
It's not about the brown people.
Yes.
It's that there were the powers that be that allowed those people.
Hold on. Go ahead, Clay, because I know you were trying to respond. Go ahead.
So my issue comes in that this, okay? When I say, we're going to try to solve this issue, people bring it out to this other issue, okay? And then try to conflate the two and put them all into one basket. I think that the problem that we have in today's day and age with politicians is that's exactly what they are doing. Instead of writing one bill to resolve one matter, they try to pile it all into one new green deal, which is bullshit. I have a bill present for you right now that would resolve the birthright citizenship issue for both sides. This is exactly what I presented, and I will actually be sending to Wick. And
all right, is there a short version of your bill? What happens to the kid who was born here or whatever? Is there a short version?
Okay, so the parent, when they are found to be here and they have a child that was born
one
here,
or both.
I'm sorry.
One.
Let's
one
say both
parent
are here
or both
legally.
parents?
Parents. Yeah, I would go with parents. I mean, essentially,
Let's
like
go with both just to make it quicker and easier and cleaner.
Would determine that, right? So if there's not parents, right? So what happens on a birth certificate is,
that's what I was trying to avoid.
Because it matters. Because I mean, if the mom is a citizen or if the dad is a citizen of the that's. I was just curious. Sorry,
correct me if I'm wrong. Who goes on the birth certificate? Is it both parents or is it just one parent?
I think it's dad's name, but mom is the primary.
Whoever's there to sign.
Whoever's there to sign, right? So it's either mom and dad or mom, right? Because it's never just dad, right? So either mom and dad or just mom. I mean, I guess you could just have dad sign it. You could, but
help me, Clay, get there.
Quite an unfortunate situation.
Yeah.
I'm going to smoke in
mute.
Chiming in to try to say that
lose
I'm wrong. Like wait. Let's get into the minutia. Let's get into the meta. What does the word is mean?
Oh no! Well, no, I didn't say that part, but I was curious if it matters whether or not.
Right, and you still got us here.
But I haven't been able to present exactly what you asked
because you suck at it and you take it forever. I just wanted a short version. Remember all that time ago?
Wait, what's the word is? Right? Okay. The idea here is
when a man and a woman
that two people have a child born here in America automatically gets birthright citizenship. No problem with that. I don't have a problem with that. What I do have a problem with is if they were committing a crime with a child in tow. That's called child endangerment. Because if they get arrested tomorrow because they had a child, now they get found out, guess what happens to the child? It gets automatically put into the system. Now you've endangered the child. In my mind, you've put that child into the hands of the government. Now that child is endangered because you cannot provide for it. You have actually committed a felony in my mind. That's child endangerment. Now, what are we going to do?
We'll skip ahead. We're going to skip ahead and tell me what we're going to do. We brought the kid over there in danger. 17
here or not?
17 years later, what do we do with the kid, Clay? Clay. No, Clay, I'm with you. I'm with you. 17 years later, they did commit the crime of having the kid in tow.
Go ahead. Just Joe, skip ahead.
I am going. The kid, they did have him in tow. They committed the crime 17 years ago. What happened to him now when we find out under your legislation?
They had a baby and they brought it over and it's not birthright.
Right.
Joe, skip ahead.
That's what I'm asking Clay. What happens on his literature in that case?
Go ahead, Clay. Finish it up.
Joe, skip ahead.
Land the plane.
Joe, skip ahead.
No, he's being.
I was done. You was yelling over me. It doesn't matter.
We've already lived it.
Tell me what I was going to tell you.
This too is not theoretical. We've watched this happen. Trump did this.
Joe, skip ahead. Joe, skip ahead.
Yeah, yell over anyone who talks at this point, Clay. That's
exactly what we need.
Way to do it.
Calm down.
Yeah.
Okay. Listen or fucking don't. I don't give a shit. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna present to you my.
You seem pretty emotional about it.
Or you can just shut the fuck up, right? I don't give a
shit. I may not.
Are you here to have a conversation, or are you just here to skip ahead?
Well, clearly I was here to skip ahead, nigga. Did I not make that clear?
You're not here to hear the fucking argument.
No, not when it takes 30 minutes of nonsense about birth certificates. No, you're not God. I'm not interested, nigga. You're not that entertaining.
If you don't want to hear the argument.
If you're curious why I'm here, be quiet. I'll ask you. I was presenting. I'm giving you your shit, your legislation that made them happy if they're born here. The Democrats are happy now. What about the guys that did commit a crime? They told that kid over 17 years ago he's still graduating and everything else is similar. What happens to him under your legislation?
Skip ahead, Joe. That's all you have to do is skip ahead. Now, do you want to hear the fucking argument or do you want to just skip ahead?
I told you I don't want to hear your bullshit, didn't I? Nigga, why you keep asking me that shit?
Said it right then, you right there.
I want an answer to my question. If you actually give a fuck what I want, it's clear. You keep asking me what I want is fucking weird. It's clear what I want at this point.
Bro. That's all you have to do. Just skip ahead. That's all you have to do is just skip ahead and everything's solved. Right? You've already heard the argument because you skipped ahead. No, you haven't fucking heard a single goddamn argument. Because you won't.
I'm trying my best.
Long enough for me to present it, okay?
No, I'm not your girlfriend. I don't get fucking ass while I gotta listen to fucking you be a superstar. No.
Stop.
That's not my fucking job. I ain't signing up for all that shit.
Stop. One of us has to talk or the other one has to talk. You asked me to explain my position.
That's not true because you talked over everybody when they were up here.
I'm waiting. Oh, you have nothing to say now? You're going to wait until I start talking to talk again, right?
Whatever entertains me at this point.
There it is. Again, you cannot help yourself. You need to interrupt. Now, do you want to hear the argument or not? If you don't, shut the fuck up. If you want to hear the argument, then shut the fuck up. This is crazy. You got
all right, let's do this.
2 holes in the side of your head and one.
All right, let's do this. Clay, I changed my mind. I want to hear the argument. I will absolutely mute and listen. But I'm going to listen anyway.
Works and the ear holes work. The ear holes, you have to open up the ear holes and close the fucking mouth hole. That's how that works.
Are you just trying to make me laugh today?
You don't have good home training, do you?
I'd like to hear your argument, Clay. I'm listening.
Okay, you want to hear the argument? Then shut the fuck up. Okay. The parent comes into the country. They have a child, regardless of whether they had it in custody or if they had the child before custody and then they get found out and now they're arrested. They have officially endangered that child by introducing it into a
We agree so far, yes.
Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
I don't care about you whining like we're fucking we're not. Please continue.
Skip ahead,
oh my
Joe.
God, you gotta be single.
Skip ahead, bro. That's all you have to do. Just skip
Does
ahead.
a woman have to tolerate this? Doesn't it her job to do this shit?
No, go ahead, Joe. Skip ahead. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Just skip ahead.
My God, I'm supposed to get ahead with this bullshit.
Bro, you have no intent or desire to actually hear the argument. You just want to ask.
I'm just as interested in watching you act weird, to be honest. This might be more. I'm trying to be kind.
Multiple times on multiple panels, and you do it here too. You've done it here tonight, and this is all you have the intent to do. You just want to come up and shit on anybody's idea and say, wait a minute, I need to get into the minutia and the meta, and let's see how your is.
I'm the guy trying to skip ahead. You can't have it both ways.
Go ahead, and I'll have the conversation with someone else while you skip ahead.
Good luck.
Yeah, I'll have the conversation with Spin. How about that? See, because me and Spin can
no, nigga, Echo Saber, you need that right now.
For some reason, not possible.
Please. Bring empathy up.
You've got to talk. You've got to talk. I don't have a problem with your questions, but wait until the fucking end. Of the
It ain't my question. I know it ain't the problem you got with me talking. It's a problem with what come out of my mouth, man. It makes you feel insecure. That's why you hate to hear me talk, because the shit that come out of my mouth. That's why you talk over me and talk about my etiquette when you show none your damn self as if you have some fucking clean hands to high ground to stand on. You hate the shit I'm saying because I cut to the quick. You'd rather dance around, man. That's what the fuck you sensing up here. And I got little patience for it.
Oh, yeah? Then why the fuck are you here? I'm here.
This entertains me,
I'm here
Clay.
to have the conversation, but you're
Clearly.
Just sit here and be like, I'm not tolerant of your tolerance. I'm going to be not tolerant of your tolerance. So how are you going to be not tolerant, Joe? Because clearly you've decided that you're not going to be tolerant of it.
I'm going to skip ahead again and watch you call me names. That seems entertaining at this point.
You just skipped ahead. Now, listen, Linda. The parents have clearly endangered the children, in my mind. That should be considered a felony when you're considering the factors of what it really means. Okay. Now, what a felony means for an illegal immigrant, someone who's not here legally, is that they do get deported. But then there are also harsher consequences. In my mind, what should happen because you've endangered a child, you shouldn't be able to come back. Now, those parents have an option. They can either take the child with them. I'm not leaving the parents to not having access to their children. In fact, they can have them all the way up until either adoption or they can leave the child here. Not a problem with that either. So then the state, the government takes care of them. Okay? But the burden does not lay on the taxpayer because then guess what has to happen? Either they can take the child with them right then and there. They still retain their parental rights. And then, or if the state takes them, they still have parental rights unless an adoption happens all the way up until the point of 18.
Even if they're out of the country?
They must pay for retrieval, and they must retrieve them at a port of entry because they cannot return. The parents suffer.
You like brutalizing other people's children as punishment?
The parents suffer. No.
We've seen you guys doing it for a decade now.
What are you talking about? Giving the children to the parents is not what all of a sudden now I'm a bad guy.
Saying they're putting them in much more danger by trying to bring them to a place out of danger to a place that they think is safer.
Oh, excuse me.
The logic is like
we were dealing with asylum. Asylum is different than illegal immigration, retard.
Do you think that people who cross borders illegally? No. Do you think some people who cross borders illegally aren't doing the exact same thing?
Asylum seekers are not illegal immigrants.
I agree.
I have a question. Can Clay and Joe say something nice about each other?
Joe is the
Yes, I'm glad that I listened to his argument. I think it was everything I expected him to say, but I'm glad he made me be patient. I need to be more patient.
Yes, thank you. But no, in all seriousness, Joe is one of the best there, and because he's out there doing it, and people recognize that, it has brought a massive light to the injustices, and he's one of the reasons why not only did I start, but also I continue. So,
man, he talked to me, man. He talked my shit. I feel bad.
All right, I'm glad we kissed and made up. Go ahead, Spin, jump in here.
I love life, Sarah. I love life. This is great.
While Spin's having a dramatic side, don't forget you do have a dono goal you must hit, and you're down to 24 minutes left with 0 out of 10 on the dono goal. You guys got us here. Let's keep it fucking going. Go ahead, Spin.
You know, my standpoint is like it aligns with Clay. Just because somebody is here, and I said it earlier, I don't give a fuck how old you are, how long you've been in this country. If you are not here legally, I don't give a fuck, Joe.
You the most repeating fuck on the planet. You got anything, no? You just repeat it with more thunder as if, yes, we know you are heartless. You think you're standing on something and we have to think, oh, he's a really tough man. Why do you keep repeating it?
Tonight.
Shut up, effigy. Bounce effigy until I'm done. Jesus.
Be nice. I like FG. Be
Are
nice.
you using your other credit?
Fuck
Be nice,
yeah.
man.
Shut the
All right.
fuck.
Effigy, you got 10 minutes in the back. Hang tight.
I respect the craft.
Fuck.
Power of the
Joe.
press.
Yes.
What I'm saying is I am not being heartless. But if these shut up, Joe. You next.
Oh my.
Shit.
You just said you needed patience, Joe. Take a minute, okay?
Thank you.
Let him get it out.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I'm amused. Thank you.
Shit.
Or this is
Motherfucker,
get along
I understand.
show.
I understand it's the gauntlet, but if you want to hear people's sides, you got to shut the fuck up.
If you allow me to apologize to Span, I'm sorry.
If you want to call it heartless, for everybody, I'll use your analogy. For everybody that smoked weed while it was illegal, we should just throw them in jail, right? Is that heartless, or did they commit a crime?
Heartless as fuck.
And you're the dumbest motherfucker I've ever.
Damn it! I thought that was an easy one. I thought, of course, it's heartless. What?
Okay, so anybody that has committed a crime and we put in prison or jail is heartless. That is exactly what you are describing.
Every person, if I'm understanding you correctly, every person who imprisons someone for smoking weed is a heartless fuck, if that's what you're asking me.
Okay, so everybody that has committed the PDF file we put in jail, that's heartless?
Wow. We're comparing that shit to weed. No, that's hurting other people. We're talking about the weed guy didn't hurt nobody. It was two consenting adult type shit.
Oh my God, Clay. Beat me over the head and call me fucking Sally. Jesus.
A distinction now, bro.
We're not gonna agree on the weed thing. Now,
let me conflate this a minute.
You can go down prohibition, but use alcohol.
Okay. So everybody that was out underage drinking and they go to jail and they get their money called, or they end up with criminal charges, and they go to the drunk tank overnight. Is that a punishment for the crime, or did they commit a crime?
Well, it depends. If it was just some motherfucker drinking and didn't harm anyone,
and you're drinking alcohol, is that committing a crime?
Well, no, I don't think that. I think that if someone is, well, I don't know the legal drinking age. I don't drink. I guess it's 21. If a nigga drinks at 20 and you lock him up for drinking at 20, you're a piece of shit. Yes.
I mean, we got to have a line at some point, though, right, Joe?
Yes, we draw it. We don't let man draw it. We don't give our godship over to man. And we don't stand behind him like he's God. Because some nigga wrote it in the 1800s with a white wig on means nothing, man. You may see it different. Your God may see it different.
You can't just make it an arbitrary rule. You actually have.
Well, I'm not going to follow some cat I don't know. I don't trust politicians.
Okay, so
that's not an option, yeah?
On the road. There's two lanes on the road. One goes one direction, the other goes the other direction. Which one should we say goes forward, the left or the right?
Clay,
depends what town we're going to.
Depends on the country, right? So in the U.S., the right side is the right road. Right side of the road, right? The right side of the road is the one that we go forward on, right?
If you say yes.
It's a hard, fast rule. Everyone,
if you say,
everyone.
Please make the connection so I can giggle.
Okay, I will. In order to make a law, it cannot be arbitrary. In fact, that would not be a law. That would be the worst way to go about making.
What about that seatbelt thing? Is that arbitrary? Because it's illegal for me not to.
It's either you wear it or you don't. There's only one state in the nation, New Hampshire.
I mean, the invention of it's arbitrary. They might as well said I can't wear a blue hat. I mean, it's arbitrary in that state.
It's not arbitrary because it's either click it or ticket. It's one or the other. It's you either wear it or you don't. That's not arbitrary. Arbitrary means that there's some minutia to it.
All right, I was thinking it's just.
To be a law, you can't have middle ground. That's the line, and you do not cross it. That's the way boundaries work.
So we agree that that's what man put in our head, and you're gonna espouse. But I'm not so sure your father, and you are a Christian, would agree with that. He would say, hold on, please. He would say that If a man puts something on a piece of paper that's contradictory and hurts people who hurt no one, your God would say that's wrong.
That's not what I'm saying.
Why?
No, that's not at all. No, stop taking it out to my God. That's you're.
I must. This is where it goes. I literally hopped up here to take it to you and Spence God. That was the whole purpose I hopped up here.
Going to because
it's nothing about the crowd. You got to know I don't give a fuck about the crowd, Pimp. My arguments are
Leah
sound.
said the law is the law. Okay, I agree with that. Right. So there has to be a line. What law do you know of that there isn't a line to cross?
I don't know. God's law, and there is a line there, right? It starts with harm no man. And when I see other people harming people who's harmed no one, I get leery of them. I don't go say, hey, he's right because he's in authority right now. Right is right, wrong is wrong. I got to stick with my shit. I'm not going to fall in line behind some cat just because it's popular or you feel safer with him in charge. I got a God already.
So if you go out and beat the shit out of somebody and you get arrested for it,
you mean if I harm a man?
You are going to jail. And you're going to jail.
Yeah.
What would you're going to jail, right?
Yeah, my God would probably be a fan of that too. Remember, you can't hurt people.
Okay, but
here's the thing. No, because you're taking it to God. Okay, I'm gonna tell you something, Joe, that you're maybe not gonna understand. So I'm Christian because a lot of people understand that I'm Christian. I don't actually call myself a Christian. I call myself a man, but people understand that I go by the Christian doctrine, right? And in Genesis, it says that man would have dominion. It was actually a commandment that man has dominion over the earth. Dominion is rule, right of rule. Okay. I'm a Christian, okay? So understand that I have right of rule, just like we all do. In my doctrine, that right of rule is something that men have. You don't understand
with the
that
Bible. I'm a fan. I've read it a few times. I'm a fan,
so
and
then
I
why do you
agree
keep
that
going
in
to my
Genesis
God
it
if you
says
know
man
that
has
I'm
dominion over the earth. Because your God says much more in that book.
Dominion is the thing to go by. So you know that I have right of rule within my ideology. Why do you keep saying, well, you're God, you're God? No, it's not my God.
I see the flaw. I see the flaw. When he said that man has dominion over the earth, I didn't interpret it to mean that man is God and he can do right or wrong. I didn't take that shit.
It's delegated authority.
Right.
You don't understand
I meant yes, I do
So
over the beast and all of that bullshit. Yes, he did.
Dominion, not only actually here's the thing too. He's also
so I don't see how that plays as anything to do with
family. Do you believe that you as a father, if you're a father, should have dominion over your child? That's right of rule, okay? Do you believe that you should have some type of authority over your children?
That's another thing. Motherfuckers always take it to the child shit when the arguments.
Well, do you?
That's what we're talking about, children, Joe.
Yeah.
Don't you fucking understand?
Literally, birthright citizenship is the topic.
I've been trying
it is.
Sarah,
when I've seen people in the chat going,
not try to keep it on fucking topic.
Oh, so I shouldn't.
You must, because your position is weak.
Who says protect the children?
Okay.
But the guy
yes, the first nigga and say, what about the kid? Somebody might die. He's soft.
I need to worry about the guy who's trying to protect the child, right?
My position.
That guy is trying to win hearts rather than get to the truth of the matter.
My position is if you're in this country illegally,
you're going to restate it again. God is good. Please do it one more time.
Joe, shut up.
I'm going to do it. The bottom line is you come into this country, have a child. You do not belong here. You should, the child and the parents should be deported with no fucking fucks given.
So all of Trump's children should be deported?
Why would they
here illegally?
Were they here illegally?
Their mother was.
Are you dumb?
No.
That's your counter? Are you dumb? That's your counter?
Hold on. I'm going to shut her the fuck up in a second. Melania Trump said...
For the record, it is double to boot, ladies. Just saying.
Very good, bro.
The problem.
He said no problem.
Here with her little straw man, Melania Trump came here on a visa. She was a model.
No, the
bogus.
other three kids with Ivana.
Shut up! Just proved you wrong.
No, what about the first wife?
Yes.
No, the first
I
wife.
don't. She was here on a visa. Do you?
No, she wasn't. She was Canadian and pretending to be married to somebody else.
Canadian, so what?
The one on a visa, I called fraud on that. She was here on a genius visa or something, and she was no fucking genius.
Shut you the fuck up.
Well, you don't actually know that she was here with a visa, and neither one of them were actually with had legitimate visas.
All right. Sounds like a good time for a grift break. We have 12 minutes left. No donos have come in towards the dono goal for this round. So, yep. Okay. All right. Iotin went ahead and gave protection for the lady. Earl Killer, you got a good 10 spot to your name. So if anybody wanted to boot you, they'd have to match that 10 first.
Then double at regular price.
Then it's another 20 to boot you. So it would take $30 to get your ass out of here. All right,
no problem.
Love for Iotin. Iotin knows how I feel about my lovely ladies on my panels, and I'm so glad that you came back, Earl Killer. I've been noticing a lot of people who used to hang out are making their way back to the panel, so I'm really excited to see that. But all right. So we are 1 in. You got 9 more to go. Effigy, you are so amazingly good at this. Tell them.
Well, it's as difficult as giving birth, trying to pull a cogent thought out of some of these morons. But I know if you make the money flow, that we can get to it. We can dig down deep and dust off the cobwebs and jump deep into the cavernous expanse that is the empty fucking heads of these morons who keep whining about stupid shit. So please donate now so that you too can be here on the momentous occasion that we find one singular brain cell inside their heads.
Ooh, and Iotin makes a little trade here. She says, if y'all make this goal, I'll give some memberships. Shout out. All right, Spin. You know the drill, sir. What do we do?
Send the money so I can deport this dumbass up on the right-hand side of the corner.
Ooh. Ooh.
I'm just hoping it's me.
Spin's
No, that wasn't me. Okay. I was hoping it was
feeling a little extra tonight. I can feel the drama feel on him. Mr. for the win. You got here not too long ago. I feel like you have a lot more to say on this topic, and you're not ready to go home. Go for it.
Ready to go home. We have a lot to still cover. This has been the Joe Cool and the Clay show for the last half hour. And it's fun, I like the banner back and forth and stuff, but sometimes we have to stay the fuck on topic. So if you guys can help us out with a 10, 20, I would love that to be able to keep on going, and we can rock around for another hour here. So thank you.
Hell yeah. I want another hour. Who doesn't want another hour? Cameron, have you figured out what everybody's doing?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can you come back? I got it. Just
this is great.
Fair enough.
Can I come the fuck back?
Keller, teach these boys how to do this shit.
Y'all better give up some money. Money.
We're gonna need more thigh. You gotta need more leg, Earl.
Uh-huh. Clay.
What thigh?
Clay, you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you guys know I was actually trying to find a cogent thought from Effigy while he was giving his spiel, and I did. Send the money. That's all you have to do. And we can go down more cogent thoughts, thought after thought after thought after thought. But you are the ones who pay for those thoughts. Tip your hostess, tip your prostitutes too.
Oh. Thoughts? He meant the other thoughts. The THOTS thoughts. Mr. Joe Cool, welcome back, my friend. You're having some fun with, especially with Clay. What you got? Yeah. You have enough patience to go another hour, right?
Well, absolutely. In fact, first of all, don't be confused. Anybody watching this, I am not Griffin Passara. I'm a big YouTuber. I can't be seen doing trifling things like that. Much too famous and much too popular for that. However, you've stepped in at the right moment. Hey man, I got time. You better hope they don't fucking donate right now. And I was gonna say, I got time, man. I want to see this shit. You don't see this all the time, man. You see motherfucker nail down jelly, right? If you want to see a motherfucker get to the root of an issue, and you tired of seeing motherfuckers tap dance and shit and virtue signal, donate some money, man. I'll fucking stay in these niggas' ass night. I will fucking drain spam pockets, put me backstage.
Holy shit! How do you nail down jelly?
It takes a while, and I'm patient, or maybe I'm not.
Toasty, our famous meme maker here at Mater Nation. Go ahead, Toasty. Tell them what the fuck they need to do. Toasty.
So,
you guys don't donate the 5, the 10, the 15. Yeah, I'm here. Can you guys hear me good?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Oh, he might have a lag.
He's been lagging all day.
Yeah,
you're
lagging.
This is a long one.
Toasty, you're lagging. Go out, come back in, fix your shit. Cameron, do you know what to do now?
Yes, we must show Sarah's pocket the warmth of collectivism and send our money to her.
I like that.
It was worth every moment you took. Yeah. It was worth the wait, girl.
I like it. All right, you guys have 6 minutes. You got 9 more donos to hit. Do it now. We're having fun, and it's only just getting started, ladies and gentlemen. All right, back to you, boys.
By the way, the Duke of No Earl, Melania Trump and all of his wives were either in this country on the H-1B visa and the B-1, B-2 tourist visa, and there is no evidence.
A tourist visa.
No evidence.
A tourist
Excuse
visa.
me?
A tourist visa doesn't.
Does that make you here legally or illegally?
It's a tourist visa.
Answer the question, dumbass.
Excuse you.
Excuse you. You're the one that said something stupid. You are the one that
said an appropriate response to someone said something stupid is to call them names.
Chat in your fucking weenies this morning.
Your stupidity. On your stupidity. I am impeaching you on your stupidity.
Calm down.
Hold on. Let's be nice to the ladies. Let's
play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Toasty, your
all you
name.
have are stupid prizes.
You familiar with the Einstein visa, Spin? Wasn't one of his wives at least on the Einstein visa? And you think she was some type of Einstein, or was it some shady there?
Ivana Trump was not here on visa.
The H-1B visa is literally for rich people. It has a 97% acceptance rate.
Pulling that shit right out of your ass.
I'm not pulling anything. I'm getting it right here.
Right here. Okay.
You know what's funny? I think this is very funny that, like, me and Spinner, we're on the right. I sit center right. He sits a little further right. But these guys are actually thinking that we're against birthright citizenship. We're not. We're saying that there needs to be a safeguard so that these parents don't take advantage of this fucking system.
Right. Like
That's
how
what
Trump did with his first wife and his anchor babies. All of his children are anchor babies.
Really?
Yeah.
No.
And we saying don't really care about that shit, right? If fucking it found out that she was here on some Einstein visa and that someone paid to get her here.
She became a naturalized citizen in 1988 and all three of his children.
1988. How old are his children?
His eldest was 10 at that point.
Oh, so that would
She
mean
had
that
all three children before she was a citizen. Yes.
Oh,
I'd
anchor
love
baby
to see
mama.
the proof of that. I would love to see the proof of that.
I think you just broke Spin, yo.
No, you didn't. I have not seen
on
any
Wikipedia.
proof. Oh, there you go.
No, I'm not saying that that's a definitive. I'm just saying that it's so common knowledge that it's on
Melania
Wikipedia.
Trump ever violated immigration law? Nothing. There's
Ivana
no.
Trump. I didn't say anything about Melania.
Okay,
Said
so Melania
Ivana.
is his wife. You're saying that, and he has
Right,
children
and his
with her.
first wife for his first three children was Ivana.
So she didn't violate immigration laws, and you're saying that all of Trump's children are
anchor babies. Yes,
are anchor. Like, I'm not understanding where the
You would have to be illegal to be considered in that realm.
Exactly.
Right.
You have to. You're going to parent
She'd had all three.
the wind said.
Ivana had all three of the adult children before she ever became a citizen. She got citizenship from having her children here.
That's your straw man. That's a straw man.
No, it's not a straw man. She became
That's
a
a
naturalized
straw man.
citizen because she had children here.
Wait,
That
so it's a 100% different situation if someone gets a temporary visa, comes to the United States specifically with the purpose to have a baby and leaves. It's 100% different than someone who comes into here illegally to have a baby.
Absolutely.
Yes, 100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You do understand that committing a crime is different than not committing a crime, right?
Well, I'm talking
You
about
know the
especially
difference
having a
between
baby and you considering them.
Just
Do you know the difference between right and wrong, Effigy? Do you know the difference between right and wrong?
It's what the government says it is, according to y'all.
I think
Okay.
What?
It's right. It's okay. So then,
truly, the biggest problem that we have right now is that we have laws on the books that have been on the books. It's not like we're creating new laws in order to make these things happen or anything for that matter.
Thank you.
The problem is that the folks that were in charge before chose to disregard and enforce the law, thus creating all of these paradoxes.
That's what are you talking about? Like for what length of time?
Yeah, Obama enforced the fuck out of them laws.
Okay, but you don't see anybody out protesting what Obama did. You don't
'cause
see
he got rid of
anybody out
criminals.
protesting
What are you talking about?
Biden did.
What are you talking about?
He got rid of serious criminals, so when nobody gonna argue against that shit.
and
It's
I'm
the
looking
people
at
who
it
doing
now,
what we're
none
talking
of-
about here
none of-
tonight, taking away not real criminals that people have an issue with.
None of Trump's other wives or children have had any problems with immigration. Looking at it right now, there's nothing.
Like I said,
no,
Clayton
because
was
I
they
don't
were
think
born
that's
here
what
and they
she's
had birthright
saying.
citizenship because they were born here. 'Cause
Okay.
He's a citizen.
I don't
That's
have
why
a
I was
problem
asking
with
about
that,
that
as
in
long as they're here
at the
legally.
beginning.
As long as they're here
no,
legally.
it's not. No, it's, the reason
You
is
got
because
business
he's
on
a
the
citizen.
table,
That's why I
Sarah.
was asking.
You got business on the table.
Oh fuck! I'm over here trying to like message for another debate right now. Almighty day, you
Elena
fucking
short
sorry.
down the
Oh,
river.
I'm so sorry. Big tomatoes in the chat for Almighty Natives. Purchase the next hour just in the nick of time too, because that one just ran out and I was getting ready to reset it. But shout out to all of you. If you could all in the chat give tomatoes. We love you. I'm going to leave that one on the screen for a bit just so we can all sit here and cherish how lovely Almighty Nate is for putting my favorite color on.
Nate knows.
Okay.
Nate wants to see me pen down jelly.
I'll read.
And like you said, show some restraint now, Joe. You got another
Listen, I honestly don't mind when you remind me of that. I honestly don't. Don't you feel bad about it?
All right, just remind them every 5 minutes, guys. We got this.
And I might yell at you sometime when I do. Still, I might get weird. Like, yes, you. Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
so guys, the reason this debate is so very important is because we are dealing with children, right? It's not like we're just dealing with the adults that are committing the crimes. It's because the children are children, right? And so when people say, "Oh, it's a problem because that you're just saying, protect the children and only in your way," kind of thing. Well, the debate has to happen because it is children, right? So I've heard that a lot, go back and forth about, oh, it's you guys just are wanting your way because of this. No, it's because children are involved. This topic here is about children.
Okay, and I think we agree.
Conflating, right? Like you're the one that keeps talking about bringing people over earlier instead of like the actual birthright citizen of someone being born here. I don't know if that was specifically you, Clay, but that's how we got conflated earlier. And those two topics are a little bit separate. But I would argue unequivocally that if you care about protecting children who are born here, that them automatically being a U.S. citizen when they're born here protects them far more than putting them in some kind of ambiguous place where they could end up being a permanent underclass in America, right?
100%.
I dig it. I agree.
And that's why I apply parental rights in citizenship with things that I've proposed, which is that, yes, I want you to have that full U.S. rights citizenship thing. But because you're a child, unfortunately, there are some other precedents that take place. So
are they going to foster system in your thingy? Their parents went back. I think you're saying their parents still somehow retain rights to their child who's in the United States. But that child can't earn a living. They're still in school. Who pays for that? And
what do parental rights have to do with the 14th Amendment?
If I may,
well, the kid's only 12 in my head.
Ayotin kept her promise because the dono goal was met. She said she would gift out 10 new memberships, and promises are kept here in Mater Nation. Yeah. Thank you so much, Ayotin. And I see a lot of people saying thank you to her. And a shout out to you all should be saying thank you to Ayotin and Almighty Nate. For not only keeping the show going, but giving the gift that keeps on giving as well. Who's blowing their nose?
That's a motorcycle in the back.
Oh. All right, go ahead. Back to you.
Clay, the 12-year-old kid whose parents were just deported, do they have to get a job now? What works? What happens now?
Wait. If the parents were fucking deported, who gives a fuck?
They're taking the kid with. And if they're not,
I thought the kid had the option to stay. I thought that was written in Clay's
the
policy.
kid does not have that option. The parents have
okay. All right.
Yeah, I give them.
Wait. The client parents has the option to leave them here?
Yes. 100%.
And then what happens? The parent must pay them for housing and stuff. For some of the kids, 12, they leave them here.
No.
What happens to that kid?
No, that's not in. No, that's not in my proposal. No, that child is at that point placed into the custody of the state. So they do have an option to take that child with them.
That's what I was wondering. It gets more shitty for the kid. It's worse than it was before. They have no parents and they're orphaned day one. This plan sucks suddenly.
Sorry. The plan doesn't suck. That keeps fucking illegal fucking invaders out of the country to have a baby.
We know you hate those fucks. Repeat.
Because, Joe, it needs to be drilled into people's fucking brains.
What's your justification for the word? No. I keep hearing Spin saying it. Give me your justification for the word invader. Invader implies someone with a nefarious plan to come in your country and destroy it. How is coming here to get a job to have a fucking
come in
life?
here and every motherfucking one of them say, "Oh, asylum." That is a nefarious reason, sir.
They would invade.
You don't know what fucking words mean.
And well, let's talk about what happened on the border. They were coached on the way up coming through.
Every one of them.
Say, or when to be quiet, so that you're into this pigeonholed category of asylum claiming. That's what a majority of them did down there.
Yeah.
Now at the same time, well, no, it's not a conspiracy. It's not, because when it comes to asylum, what are the rules of asylum? If you're claiming asylum, what are you supposed to do? Let's say if you're in Nigeria, where are you supposed to go?
I have no idea. You're
supposed to go to a country over, because you're fearing from your life, and the next country over is supposed to be able to take care of that. How do you skip all the way to America?
Well, he was given that they came here to better their life. And also given was the kid 17-year-old and the family, the kid, no one's broken any laws. Other than
Yes,
that one,
they broke
they're
the law
over
crossing
here
the border.
of the crossing the border. Exactly. They broke that one law all those years ago. So let's stick to that person.
And because that person has committed a crime with
Of this
child
country.
in
Wait,
tow,
but
It's a crime
does
of
that
this country.
wait, before we move on, we were talking about invaders. Does that person fit the invader? They came over here to better them lives. They crossed 4 countries. We agreed. That are they an invader?
Yes.
By definition, it wouldn't seem like
When's the last time you heard of a country being invaded by people who just wanted to come and get a job and
yeah, right, bro.
send their
Come
kids to your
on.
schools?
I mean,
Like,
it happens more in
how about
Right, those evil fucks.
I mean, if
How
I
about retarded bigots?
like if I entered into one of the great cities of Persia, right? And I did that illegally just because I knew in ancient times that they had much more wealth, I would still be an invader. That doesn't change the point of me being an invader just because I wanted to get some work.
Really?
Do you realize that the kind of immigration we're talking about now is a modern invention, right?
But you're saying, when has that happened? And I just gave you an example. So now what?
Okay, 30, 40, 50 years ago, if I crossed the border into North Korea, would I be invading their country?
Wait for this silly ass argument.
It's not a silly ass argument.
It is. North Korea, Armenia, Siberia has harsher punishment. You're lucky to be in America. That shit always comes up.
Shut up. You just said one country over. That could be North Korea. That could be Russia, right? Am I wrong? Somebody prove me wrong.
I'm just not sure what North Korea has to do with what we're talking about here.
I went over to, if I swam across the fucking Pacific Ocean and jumped over the border in North Korea, because that's one country over, and said, oh, I have it so bad in the United States, I need to come in, and they kicked me the fuck out because I didn't do it
exactly what I said you were gonna do.
The sad part is he doesn't even understand how stupid his fucking example is.
You don't understand how stupid your little retarded fucking animated fucking bullshit is either. Shut the fuck up.
Oh my.
Jesus. You know, you fucking liberal fucking moron. This ideology that anybody can come into our country and say,
it, bro.
We are so poor, we need a job. Well, you know what?
Thinks he's enlightened is using words like you liberal leftist so and so. Right? You bought the smoke and you can't pretend otherwise, man.
I didn't the smoke. You're the one.
Democrats are evil. The Republicans are evil. Both are ideologies that will not hold.
Well, guess what, Joe? Maybe you need to go to one of those countries and see how it really works, and then whenever you
take your ass to North Korea, see how you like it. This is a bit predictable, man.
No, it's not predictable. It is the facts. The facts are, you came into our country illegally. You had a child, and, you know, good old Whitey says, well, you know, the baby can be a fucking
now we get to it.
citizen.
You don't give a fuck about the law. You don't want those darkies taking advantage of the good old Whitey. You don't give a fuck about the law, man. You already told me that if a motherfucker broke the law 100 times in the past, you don't have a problem with it if it was weed.
Why am I thinking of a character who's like the opposite of Chef from South Park?
Is Whitey taking care of you, Joe? Is Whitey taking care of you, Joe?
I've done no government shit. I sold dope all my life. Now I do YouTube. So no, I ain't even had a square job since the 80s, bro. So I've been on my own, man.
Okay, so Whitey was taking care of you at one point, right? You weren't bitching and complaining then.
Wait, when? I just said I've been hustling since I was 17. When was Whitey taking care of me?
Taking care of you before you were 17?
In the school system? Or my mom?
You ain't got no motherfucking argument
there. I don't understand the question yet. I don't even understand.
Whitey's never taken care of me or my wife or any of my family. because we actually had jobs. We were legal citizens.
What I'm wondering is why is it that these lefty, liberal, whatever you want to call it, with the hard R, hate Americans?
Cum guzzling dumpsters.
Why do you guys hate Americans?
That's a wonderful non sequitur, Clay. That's
Yeah, kind of like you're
glorious.
saying how come Americans hate brown people, shit like that. That's kind of like a non sequitur kind of thing, right? Yeah. So why do you hate Americans?
I'll jump on it. I don't mind. I got time.
At all in the United States of
I'm
America.
serious. Like, why do you hate Americans? Americans have been here building this country, whether it's black, white,
I'll indulge them. I don't have
a policy that creates more Americans. What are you talking about?
Those Americans?
You want less Americans. You don't
Why do you
have
hate
birthright
Americans?
citizenship. You want less
No,
Americans.
no, it's not a non sequitur. At this point now,
No, it is. I want more Americans.
because you
I'm
said it's a
creating
non
more
sequitur.
Americans
Because you
with
don't want to
birthright
actually
citizenship.
tell us why. Why do you hate Americans?
I don't understand why you. First of all, his point. Why do you assume that he hate America because he's proposing the things that he wants?
Because he said instead of saying I don't hate Americans, he said it's a non sequitur, which means that he actually does hate Americans.
He just knew what you were
I want to
doing.
know why.
Effigy, if you hate Americans and you hate America that much, get the fuck out of this.
This dude is the most predictable cat. I feel like God is like, hey, Joe, check this out. Check this out.
Hey, I'm sorry, but my people were here first. We were just chilling in the swamps in Louisiana, and then all of a sudden, America was like, "We're gonna buy your state," and so I'm sorry, but I was here first.
Which is your tribe, Effigy?
I was here first.
Which is your
Hey,
tribe?
the lefties are the real America, man. They're trying to.
Oh, that's right.
The real American.
That's right. They were.
Can I just point out?
Incan?
Can I
Oh,
just
that's
point out that this is the most interesting way to say "eat a bag of dicks"?
That's the riches with.
That was good.
I'm gonna use that one. Eat a satchel of riches. Yeah.
Also, can I just say earlier when Joe was going off, he said, "I'll put you to the quick," and I was like, "Oh, Joe busting out the Shakespeare."
You got that?
I knew my question. Why do you hate Americans, Effigy?
Yeah, why do you hate Americans?
I only hate a few of them.
And I'm
which
sure.
ones?
I got a list.
Thank you very much.
I could bust out the
really
list.
appreciate it.
Why do you?
Listen,
why is this
Clay,
making
what
you
could be more American than wanting to put America first, man, to being concerned about our shit and not wanting to fight wars abroad and wanting us to be what we started off as, a melting pot. Give us your poor, your so-and-so. That's what America was. We just want to be American, pimp. You're
Within
taking
a
over by the
legal framework?
corporations.
within
Hey,
a legal
Sarah.
framework, correct?
That is a non secular way of.
My morality is not limited by your legality. Sorry.
No, absolutely it is. What are you talking about? Wait a minute. So you're saying you can commit crimes and you can just get away with it? Is that what you're saying?
That's what he heard. See, that's what he heard out of what you said. This is great.
He said his morality supersedes
His morality.
legality.
That's
Absolutely.
Well, let me ask you then.
Laws do not equal
Let's say you rob a
morality.
bank. Let's
Do
say
you
you rob
believe
a
that,
bank.
Clay? Do you think
And you
laws
get
equal
caught.
morality?
Do you think they're just going to let you go?
Do you think it's immoral to run a stop
Do you
sign?
think they're just going to let you go?
Yes, it's immoral to
Clay, you
run
asked
a
the
stop
dumb
sign.
Wait, let F and Shay go, and Clay is already in retreat mode. He will not entertain what F and G is saying. Let them two go. Yes, he's trying to run a gotcha to deflect more F and G has to say.
Effigy, not Joe Cool. Effigy. If you rob a bank and you get caught,
Your
are they just
rhetoricals
going to
are
let
so
you go?
ridiculous. Of course, no one's going to let you go, Clay. You've got no
Okay,
gotcha.
so
What do you
then
want?
Your morality does not supersede the legality. Sorry, it just doesn't. It's not going to work like that.
Right. Yep. So
Well, argue that. That's more interesting.
Legality does not impose or imply morality. Do you not get that? Is it immoral to run a stop sign?
It does. What?
Then if they're two separate domains, why the fuck are you asking that they're not?
What?
Is he immoral because he drove 52 in a 50 mile per hour? Is he immoral?
Supersedes legality.
No, my morality
Yeah,
is
you
not
just did
dictated
that.
by legality.
You just made the claim that your morality supersedes
Yes, my
legality.
morality is not superseded by legality. If you write laws to say people are bad and I don't think they're bad, I don't have to treat them bad.
You know you're harboring a fugitive.
Yeah, he like, yes, you do got a cheater bad motherfucker. This is great.
Cases, that's the way it works. Yeah, that's the legal standard. You can't just let them into your home. It's called harboring a fugitive. You will go to jail too. That's the way the law works.
You're a moral fuck, man, if you don't give a damn man a sip of water because the law said you can't do it. That cat's an immigrant. You're a piece of shit and you're immoral.
Wow.
But that's
a real law.
Frameworks built into the law. That's why in jail you get a toilet, you get a little fucking sipping fountain. They bring you 3 hots and 3 meals,
which supersedes which
3 hots in a cot, right? Those ideas, the morality, it's built in to the law. They're not going to let you die.
Every law has a moral component, Clay.
Sorry?
I said every law has a moral component.
What? Did I make that claim?
Detective Dodge.
You
Did
just
I make
did,
that claim?
like 2 sentences ago.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't make that claim.
Alrighty.
No, I didn't make that claim, Effigy.
Okey
So you're
dokey,
trying to
buddy.
do gotchas. You've been trying to do
No,
gotchas the whole
that
time.
was not
Hey, that
gotcha
goes
at
to
all.
rage. It goes to rage.
You're just not very good at this, Effigy.
Yeah, you're right. I'm totally an
Your
amateur.
liberal mindset to
Because I
think
tried to
you
say
could just
remember
change
name
things
caller.
on a
ago.
whim to be
Remember
things
2
that they were
sentences
never.
ago.
You thought that that's what you could do. You thought you could actually change things into something that they're not.
He was just talking about our law's moral and which supersedes which, man. Right? I think.
And now he's trying
There
to
we
go
go.
down a diatribe.
I think you agree, Clay, that you're not immoral if just because you breaking. Clay, hell, I'll ask rather than assume something, Clay.
Disciples who were
Yeah, Clay, let me ask you: are you immoral just because you break any law? And I want to mind you, that means doing 51 miles per hour in 50. Does it make you immoral?
I would say no.
Breaking the law. You're breaking the law.
Breaking the law. Breaking the law.
See, Spin thinks their morality and law are tied.
That I said something that I don't even believe, so I wouldn't say that.
But Spin believes they're tied. They tied.
Can I just say this is the part that I love about these. Like when everybody starts getting crazy and silly, and poor Clay, he takes a brunt sometimes, but Spin gets it as well every now and then. And it goes, it's like everyone gets their turn at getting poked at. But this is why I love you guys. I just wanted to say that.
This is so fun to me. I look forward to this, man.
Right?
God forgive me if me being a dick causes you guys anxiety, but I love it so much shitting on Spin when he talks about the invaders. I want to jump on God forgive me.
But it's a satchel of Richards, young Joe Cool. Arya Moon Willow sends a big 5, says explaining morals to liberals is like wiping your butt with a pine cone.
Hello.
I'm sorry, Arya. I can't hear you over the sound of dropping bombs on school children.
Oh, you know what? You know what? I am not here to talk about free fucking Palestine, free fucking Iran, all that other rhetoric that you liberals
so funny.
out on a protest line. Shut the fuck up with that shit.
Lecture me some more about all those morals while you drop billions of dollars.
Yeah, all those morals of the right. Yeah.
Guess what? You might not
learn on my lesson this time.
You're gonna learn your
and I'll learn it.
Or they're gonna put.
You need to learn. You need to learn a history lesson and maybe go back to school and find out what real politics is like. You dumb
Teach
fuck.
them now rather than call them names. Give them a history lesson now. Damn it, we got time. Fucking whatever that dude name is, he just donated
If he tried to give a
$100.
full paragraph, he would have an aneurysm on camera.
I just put evidence for my claims in the back chat for you.
Go ahead, you
Spin,
pimp. I
so-
hope you crush him. Hey, go ahead with your
Sorry,
cool
bud.
energy.
Oh, shit.
Somebody examine that evidence, damn it. Somebody who's not a rat. I don't even know what y'all call a name. Call a right motherfucker. What's a good name?
I'm
I
in
guess you
sources.
guess.
Spicy.
Oh, she brought the documents.
I brought the
On
document.
DHS.
Oh, the HB visa.
again, Brick, I say that that Einstein claim that one of them was on the visa that they had makes the whole thing illegal. You guys haven't addressed that shit. She was no Einstein, but that's the visa they gave to get her in here. She was like a I don't want to call it that.
Yeah, they didn't though. She just got a.
I'm not understanding who's what.
One of Trump's wives got here on what's called an Einstein visa, reserved for true geniuses who are going to contribute to the country. And this was given to one of the knucklehead dumb blondes. There was, I say that's, there was.
Can't take offense to that.
Well, no, she just she didn't get the Einstein visa.
Sarah's gonna need closure now, Joe.
Yes, I definitely need an emoji for closure. Or just like one long running meme or something. I don't know. I need something. I need closure on my goal. Yes, I need closure.
My anxiety is rising.
Everybody around this bitch needs fucking closure. Y'all a bunch of weirdos. All right, I love you. Go ahead.
You need closure. I need closure. Everybody needs closure.
I got chased for like 2.5 years with this chick. That's just scary to me.
No.
I need closure, Joe. Where you come from?
For the win.
And,
Kick us back off.
Don Jr. was born in 77, just in case.
I don't know. They awful quiet. She must be on to something, right? These motherfuckers got really quiet. She must be on to something.
Anchor babies, anchor babies.
I thought for sure they'd be
my research
yelling.
skills are
Spin, why are you quiet?
Look at her. She's bragging and shit too. This is good.
Hold on. I need like a TikTok sound. Tick.
Do I gotta read that shit? Is in the back chat.
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
Wait, you can get the Jeopardy song.
I'm scared to access that shit. I might leave the fucking panel. I'm scared to push that button.
Wait, is Kraut still here?
No, I think Kraut left.
If I had a German accent, that'd have been a perfect time for it. But I'm
right.
I am still here.
I think he just made a. I think he just made he made a real quiet exit.
Okay.
We charge money for that here.
Yeah. I like watching Spin think here. His brain looks like it's like on fire.
I totally look. It comes a bit.
Well, you know who it doesn't matter to? Those of us who believe in birthright citizenship.
Right. Exactly. Yep.
We talked about the foreign national side of things.
Spin thinking somewhere in the distance.
I'll be right back.
Yes, gears grinding. Okay.
Clay.
Don't put Clay in charge. He's busy.
Clay, I'll be right back. I just got to go check on the dogs real fast. It'll just take me just a second, but I'll be right back.
I totally expected with the arrogance, at least of Spin, both of these guys, though, to read the first sentence and burst out into some counterclaim. I did not put this in my thought process at all that they will remain silent this long. Now I'm like dying to know what the young lady has.
Oh, I'm doing moderation for now. So, yeah, I have to pay attention.
You sound a little quiet, Clay.
Do I? Let me see if
you can see they are hearts and soldiers got smashed.
Let me see if I can fix that. Because I turn it down. Sometimes I come in hot. Sometimes I come in. How's that? Is that better?
Yeah, right there. Better? Right there is real good.
Right there.
Right there's real good.
All right, very good.
Yeah, that's much better. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm doing the moderation thing right now, so you guys
get you closure with your birthright citizenship.
Yeah.
When he said you're a little low, I thought he was talking about you sound depressed. I was well. He was so much at my you sound a little low.
Here, I'll get back on topic. Look, the greatest thing that those people who worded the 14th Amendment ever did was make sure that the part of birthright citizenship had no reference whatsoever to the parents, and that it simply said a person born.
All persons, yes.
Because without having that reference to the parent, none of these arguments that people keep trying to bring up have any weight whatsoever.
Oh,
they keep
right.
trying to link it back to the legality or the allegiance or the something or other of the parents.
Yes.
It has nothing to do with any of it. And it's all going to be a baseless argument against the 14th Amendment.
Yes, it's going to be telling of them the amount of hoops and shit that they're willing. It'll tell you the depths of their personality, at least in some regards.
Does
The
that,
coat that they go
extend
through.
outside of the body itself?
Yes, in my example and all of that shit, yes, it is the heart, which is what I'm discussing, the God stuff. I feel like the same way me and you are, Clay, with that back to blue until it happens to you. You know, I accuse both left and right of that.
Well, when I say the body, like the person, right? So the person has status, okay? No problem with that.
Yeah.
Not a problem with that. Does that status extend outside of that person into another person?
Well, you just said outside of the body. That's one thing. Into another person, that's a different thing. All right. Your morals and shit, it definitely is, which is what we're talking about here, outside, extend outside of whatever is going on down here. What you are as a person extends certainly more than what you are here. How much it interferes with another person? I believe it does. I believe we are connected, but I don't know if that's the discussion.
I'm more speaking to the 14th Amendment. So the 14th Amendment extends legal citizenship to anyone who is born here. Now, does that legal citizenship, that status as a legal citizen, extend to anyone else?
Ask the person being born. Like you're asking a vague question that doesn't seem to have a placement in the context that we're talking. What do you mean by extend? Like when a person was born, they are granted citizenship by the Constitution. Like what do you mean by extend?
Now what?
So when the person is born.
Well, explain to us how it can extend by what your meaning is.
Okay. I'm asking.
You like to do this like jump through hoops thing, but you I don't get what you're asking right now.
I know you don't because you're pretending not to.
Be nice. I don't understand either.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. If someone is born in the United States, okay, that person automatically, no matter what, gains citizenship status.
Right.
Does that citizenship status extend to, I don't know, their brother or their uncle or their mother?
I'm not sure why it would. If he's in Mexico, does he become a U.S. citizen? I'm not sure. You can't be proposing that. You can't be. No, I don't know what the question is, apparently.
Does the 14th Amendment cover an extension of citizenship status to any other individual other than the one that's born in the United States?
Why would it? Could you give me an example of why you think it would? I don't see why it would.
Yes or no? Does it or does it not? You guys.
Okay, let me think. If a kid was born here, does it extend? No. Okay. Does it?
The answer's no. The answer's no. It's a very simple. It's a 2-letter word. No.
I don't know legally, but I don't think by that verbiage that it would necessarily would.
So essentially, when we're discussing this topic, right, and we go to the 14th Amendment, yes, no problem with the baby that's born here on this soil having citizenship. No problem with that at all. But that does not extend any rights, any conveniences, any benefits to anyone else.
Listen at that name.
And guess what?
When did we argue it does?
Well, you kind of are making the argument that the parents all of a sudden.
And you're mad about it too.
You're really making that argument.
No, not at all. Like, how did I make
We hadn't even got there. No, we hadn't got there.
Okay, let's assume that you don't make that argument. Now, the citizen The child
Let's assume,
stands on its own.
You said that I did.
The
Tell me when I
child stands on its own as a citizen. Parents don't get citizenship. They don't get benefits. They don't get anything, right? But they have committed a crime. Now, what do we do with the parents?
Oh, you tell me. Give me what vicious thing you have. I know what Spin would say. He's redundant. You give me something new and vicious.
The law
There's gonna be
punishes people
something
for
bad,
criminal
I
acts.
guarantee
That's the way
you.
that works in this country.
Most people have committed small crimes.
What? You're right, because we do have the Epstein files. You're right. We do have the
Yeah,
Epstein
and the
files,
police
right?
get away with
Sometimes
murder
the law
crimes.
chooses to not prosecute, but
Yeah.
in the cases where the prosecution does happen, there are
Like what they're
consequences, punitive damages that are awarded either to the state or the people or the persons. There are punitive damages, correct or not? So what do we do with the parents when they commit crimes, regardless of whether it's a bank robbery, smoking? Look, I don't agree with the drug problem that we have with prohibition, but like if it's a crime, there's a consequence. Drugs, alcohol.
Well, you make sure that the punishment fits the crime. We agree with that, right? If
Yes,
I'm going to go out on
punishment
this ledge,
fit
the
crime.
punishment must fit the
Yes.
crime.
Yes.
Okay.
What is it? The 8th Amendment that comes into play.
Okay.
Excessive will and cruel and unusual punishments.
So
Right.
the crime was those parents came over here illegally. We're still left with that the kid is now 17 years old, graduating or whatever the fuck we had the kid at.
No, not 17 years
the parents, well, you pick an age. It doesn't really matter.
Born.
The parents that, yeah, they were born here. I'm saying it wasn't
Birthright
discovered day one.
citizenship. Stop taking it to 17-year-olds.
Okay, well, I'll bring it far down. I just want to move it ahead some. It wasn't discovered day one. So you can pick an age later on down the line. They discovered it. Now the kid gets citizenship. What do we do with the parents, because they broke that law?
Parents broke the law, okay?
And we're assuming there are no other laws, just that one. These parents.
No. You see, that's the funny misconception.
I'm asking.
You broke the law.
It was a question.
I'm telling you, asked the question.
It was a question. So far, there's only one law. Go ahead.
Let me tell you. You can't ask the question and go ahead, Joe. You answer the question.
No, he was talking too. Somebody else was talking as well, so I was talking to him too.
Okay. Typically what happens, and this is a complete misconception, that if you commit one crime, typically there's like 2 or 3 others that you've broken as well. This is just across the board. Like if you create a disorderly disturbance or some shit like that, then sometimes those end up not being. But when you commit like bank robbery, typically there's like 50 crimes in there, right? When you
well, we're talking about misdemeanor shit here.
Typically there's like 50 crimes in there.
We're talking about misdemeanor though. We're not talking about nothing crazy like that. We're talking about a misdemeanor.
So they committed one crime, which is the
one misdemeanor
act of coming here illegally. But here's the problem. Morally, I see another crime.
Now you want to do morals. Check that out.
Absolutely. That's why I'm saying I propose. That's why I say I propose that there is another crime here. And I actually believe that it's already covered, but because people aren't like the government isn't recognizing all the crimes being committed. The other crime is that they've endangered a child. That child endangerment is 100%.
And you know what they do with that, Clay? Do you know what they do with that? Because Trump is the whole one who did this. He's the entire one who upped. I'm going to. I'm going to tell you.
Be nice.
You've been talking so much, and you would never get anywhere.
Get the answers out there, FG.
How people are charged at the border, and that's what the whole kids in cages was.
Clay, I want to hear
so by your whole thing where you're like, I want to protect kids more by making it a crime and making it worse, you're actually having these kids ripped away from their families, put in these cages, put through these systems, and how many of them were lost? How many of them were trafficked? That's all. That's all because of
now
what
we're
you're
being
saying
hyperbolic.
right
we get
now.
to be hyperbolic now. Now you get to say that I
he's
want
got
kids
a
in
point.
cages. Great.
But you said making it worse actually
why do
hurt
you
the
hate
kids
Americans
worse.
since we're being
Right.
hyperbolic?
They had a stable home here, and now
Effigy,
they're
why do you hate
orphaned.
kids
He
and why
has
do you
an
hate
argument.
No, that was my argument for you, buddy.
Effigy, why do you hate kids and why do you hate Americans?
Oh,
You just
wow,
turned
this
into
is
a
a big
troll, Clay.
deflection.
That's
I
not a
should
winning
fucking
argument,
make
though.
Control, dude.
I
You're
should
not
make
serious
tea
anymore.
here at this point. Yeah, this is just like troll shit.
Clay, my love. Kevin Sybil says with the big 5, Clay, since you're all about legality, should the government be able to break the law? For example, bypass established legal detainment / deporting procedures. Dun, dun, dun.
No. The simple answer is no. And that's the full answer too. No, I don't believe anybody should be able to break the law. I don't get to break the law. You don't get to break the law. Nobody gets to break the law, not even the government. And they should be held accountable if they are bypassing those established legal detainments, deporting procedures. Absolutely. Hold them accountable. This is what I do. When they break the law, I try to hold them accountable. So yes, you should get out there with your video camera, video them doing that unlawful activity, and then take it to the civil court, because at first you have to actually prove it to be a crime.
Well, what do we think about the guy?
Take it to the criminal court. You get to drop it on the desk of the DA, but you have to get out there and video it, do it. Good job. Yes.
Clay, what do we think about the guy who, what the Constitution says that you can bear arms? What do we think about the guy who's finding little nuanced shit and reasons to chip away at that? You know, well, you can carry a shotgun, but the muzzle and can't be more than 8 inches and all of that bullshit.
Well, if you'd like to hear me out.
Yeah, like where are you going with this one, Joe? Seems like a
go ahead, Effigy. Answer for him. Answer for me. Go ahead. Whatever you say, Effigy, is totally what I agree with.
Clay, if you're gonna lose your shit whenever anyone else talks, you're just gonna be a fucking annoying troll the whole time.
Yes, I just call it broken, man. It's just entertaining.
Like, dude, chill the fuck out when you hear someone else's voice.
Every time Joe asks a question to me, Effigy's like, well, guess what? Clay believes this.
Oh wow! Someone in a giant panel full of people spoke.
This is
oh my
bro.
goodness!
Effigy's so quick to chime in to tell everybody what Clay believes.
Clay Dude was asking, is it okay for the government to break the law? I was clumsily asking, is it okay for them to chip away at the fucking Constitution?
No. Now, Effigy,
very good.
Effigy, go ahead and tell him.
Wait. Effigy thought I was straying a bit. I want to show Effigy that I was not straying. Clay, I want to show Effigy that I was not straying. Then you'd have to agree that it's solidly said everyone born, all are citizens. And when they try to, Trump tries to go around it and come up with these exclusions, you'd agree that he is chipping away at the Constitution.
So, first off, Trump doesn't get to just come up with exclusions. The Congress doesn't get to come up with exclusions, but guess who does? The court. So the way that the law works is that something's presented to the court, and then the court will decide on whether it's constitutional or not. This is not the first time in history where exclusionary rules have been brought in to the fold of constitutionality with the court. It's the court.
You're straying a little bit. I wasn't interested in the courts. Clay, you're straying. We're not talking about the courts. I am talking about the guy.
To make exclusionary rules, they don't.
Wait. I wasn't talking about the court, Clay. You're straying a bit. Okay, we're not talking about that. I am talking about the nefariety of some guy who sees that the Constitution says this, but he's going to try it anyway and take it to the courts. I am not talking about the courts themselves. The nefarious fuck who's trying to take my right to own a gun or make someone who was born here less than a citizen. Isn't he a piece of shit?
Sure, why not?
Absolutely. Okay,
I mean, you're expecting something else from me, a constitutionalist? Like, I'm all about the Constitution. Yeah. I'm all about preserving our rights in whole. But that does not mean that everything is a right, okay? There are exclusions to your First Amendment. There are exclusions to your Fourth Amendment. There are exclusions to your Fifth Amendment. And we can all have the discussions, but guess who actually decides it at the end of the day? The court, not you. Not me, not the Congress, not Trump. So try that bullshit with someone else.
I want to propose that. Remember, we all said, well, I said, fuck the court. It's got nothing to do with what we're talking about. You're arguing with someone who's not even here.
It actually is, because a lot of people are presenting that Trump has.
Well, those people, they're not up here, though, right?
This manner. He does not.
None of them are up here, though, right? You're arguing with people who are not here.
So here's the thing. So, like, let's take it back to the era of.
Are you talking about yourself because you're really not here, Joe?
the
We're all
civil
AI.
rights movement, right? So a lot of cases went before the courts in the civil rights movement, and the courts decided what was constitutional and what was not. It was not actually the legislations. It was not these governors and presidents. It was, in the end, the final decision made by the Supreme Court. And yes, I think they fucked up in some places. But when you say that these governors and these presidents and these Congresses have this power to decide what is constitutional, no, they don't. 100%.
I didn't want to go down this rabbit hole, but since you feel comfortable staying here, I will agree with you. They don't have the right to make what's constitutional, but the effect is the same when the president get up in the morning and wipe away the Constitution with his ass. The effect is the same, and call it an executive order, whatever. It's the effect is the same. He's a piece of
This
shit.
is what we have long ropes for.
Here's an executive order. I want to debunk what Earl said.
Okay, it only took 30 minutes. Holy cow, this must be
There's
good.
78. Listen, there's 78 fucking pages to this document. Okay.
And it took his AI like 5 minutes to read them all.
Yeah, wow.
Oh, I don't use AI for that stupid shit. I only use that for thumbnails. Thank you. Earl, in that document, that you put in the back, it's missing one crucial thing. Do you know what it's missing? The judge's order to give naturalization. Oops, did you forget? Did you redact that?
What do you need a judge's order for that?
A judge's order? Are you that dense or retarded? Are you?
I'm sure she compiled those documents.
Okay, hold on. Let me tell you how retarded you are. You gave me a document.
Spin. I'm gonna.
Well, wait a minute. This is her argument.
Hold on. I'm gonna ask you one thing. Please be kind to my ladies. Please.
I will try. I will try my hardest, but it's kind of hard to. Never mind. You gave me a document that all it has in it is all of the applications and reports, the DOJ, all this other stuff. But the most important document that is not there is the judge's order giving her citizenship. Where's that document? Second of all, to your argument, was she denied citizenship?
No.
Where's the document? Then I go back to my original statement. Where is the document that the judge signed to give her citizenship?
She was made a naturalized citizen in 1988.
A judge must make that determination. It just doesn't, oh, poof.
Well, yeah, no shit.
Yeah, this is a well-known fucking fact.
Oh, no
that you
shit.
can find
It's
in
not
newspapers,
G.
man. Like,
It's not your fucking part. It's not your fucking argument. Shut the fuck up.
What is your argument? That she's not a citizen?
No,
Because you can't find a order?
because the piece of paper's not in that one, the argument's wrong when this is a well-known fact.
When it's a well-known fact that she is or is not a
That
citizen.
Ivana was not naturalized until 1988.
Okay, and okay, so just because Ivana was not a citizen, does that mean that her children aren't?
No, it means because Donald is a citizen because citizenship exists.
Okay,
But we're not the ones who have a problem
Right.
with anchor baby.
Right.
Do you even understand the term of an anchor baby? Do you really even understand the term?
Don
anchor
Jr. was an anchor baby. He was born before she became a naturalized citizen.
No.
Before she even had a visa.
Sarah, this is why I cannot.
She wasn't given a
nice
visa until
to this
1978. He was born in
This is why.
1977.
Libtardness. That's why I can't. I'm sorry.
Oh, so where am I wrong?
An anchor baby is both parents coming to America,
No, it's not just
having a
both.
child.
It's not just
Shut up,
both.
dumbass. You're the
Well,
one
you're
that
wrong.
can't.
Hey, remember
It's
what you
actually
said.
incorrect. It's not just both. It can
Oh
be
my
one.
God.
It can be one.
No,
To lock her here. Yeah.
no.
Yes.
Let me get the dictionary term, please.
Oh, go for it.
This is why libtards will never get
You're the one
along.
being
with-
incorrect here, calling me a
right.
fucking libtard. Go.
You're a libtard.
Shut the fuck up,
Look
Spin.
at
You're like
that.
points away
I'm a
from being
little.
retarded. Like,
Are you
seriously.
a little goth baby? Are you a little goth baby? Go back and be a goth baby, okay? Shut the fuck up.
The term is goth mommy. Get it right.
Yeah, Google says at least one undocumented.
Well, you know what? Go back to your crowd. You know, do whatever because you're fake.
Do what
you're
cool
fake.
kids do.
I'm fake.
So you were born a goth baby.
You guys need a moment.
I don't.
No, we don't. I don't want a moment because I'm about to go.
Oh, he's scared. It's okay.
You were born a goth baby. You came out looking stupid and fake like you really are. Answer the question.
Stupid and fake. No.
You're stupid
No,
and
I don't believe so. But goth babies do come in hippie flavor. So there's that.
Fake. It's fake.
It's fake. What part's fake?
The whole goth lifestyle. It's fake. It's an act. It is a social. It's a social derived fucking ideology.
I'm not really a goth. I mean, I guess I could say I
why would you
like
put
that,
something
but
up there like that?
I'm definitely a hippie flavored goth.
Okay, that's
really.
fake. Are you a
Is it,
hippie?
though? I just really like color. I don't know.
Oh, you really like color? Yeah,
Yeah.
black. Black.
Yeah, I mean, I wear black, but like it looks like a rainbow threw up in my apartment.
Well, that's fake too.
It's fake. Okay.
Your whole
my apartment's
rainbow,
fake. Okay,
rainbow
that's news.
flag, your whole rainbow of fruit flavors. Are you a fucking Fruit Loop?
No, I'm not a Fruit Loop.
You must be.
No. Just,
Do you have that
weird
ideological
little goblin
flag up
woman
in your
in a
apartment
human
too?
suit.
Do you have that ideological flag up in your apartment too?
No, I don't identify. I mean, I am, but I don't identify.
Right. What are your pronouns?
I guess
You
most
wanna
people
go
would say
there with
I'm a
me,
she
you're
and a
gonna
her. That would.
Oh, she and her. Okay. Do I need? So what would my pronouns be?
I don't know. Are you a dude?
No. You want to know what my fucking pronouns
You're a
are?
they? Okay.
No. It's called apple and banana. I've got an apple. I've got a banana.
Oh, so you're a dude. So you'd go by he,
Yes.
him. Because that's how pronouns are.
I don't use pronouns. That's
Yes,
the
you just
new
used
age
several in that
bullshit.
sentence.
Excuse me?
It's a part of speech, dipshit.
Oh, it's a part of speech. So you're
Yeah.
a part of speech. I thought you were a human being.
Well, when I'm being used in a sentence, then yeah, I'm a proper noun.
Why wouldn't I use your name instead
You
of
would use my name.
he or she?
Because if you were talking about me when I'm not there, you would say
Would use your name.
or she, yeah.
No, I would use your name.
You wouldn't use my name every time. It's not how normal people talk.
So
Do you know what
so
pronouns
if
are?
I'm talking to Clay,
A pronoun takes the
say
place of a
Earl
noun,
said
right?
this.
This is a part of speech. This is not
that.
that complicated.
It's not complicated. It's not complicated at all.
Right.
You need pronouns.
I
You're a
don't need
liberal.
I mean, the English language needs pronouns. I personally, don't care.
If I don't choose to use pronouns and I use your name, I'm wrong.
I didn't say that.
That's
You
what
are barking up the wrong
just
tree,
said.
my friend. I am not an
tree with me.
SJW fucking one of those. I'm not. Sorry.
Then what are you?
I'm a goblin woman in a human suit, I guess. I don't know. Like, what are you?
You're a guzzling tuna queen in a what?
Spin.
I mean, once upon a time, but no.
Oh, you're
No,
a carpet
I don't
munching
know.
tuna queen now.
I'm a person. Where are you going with this? This is a very weird line of questioning.
It's your radical bullshit arguments. Your
I don't
side
have any radical bullshit arguments. I'm actually pretty centrist on most things, but you wouldn't know that because you've never asked. You don't know me at all.
I don't care. It's none of my business. You're the one that's sitting
You're
here
just
giving
making
me some
assumptions and then calling it your business.
You just sat here and gave me some bullshit document that
it wasn't
means
bullshit. That was a primary source that I gave you that completely debunked all the bullshit that you said.
It proves nothing.
It does prove my
that you
point.
made an application. There is nothing that in this document, in all 78 pages, dumbass, that says anything but a petition. I'm looking at it. Sarah, can I please share my screen to show everybody the bullshit that she fucking gave me was all it was a
she
petition?
was made a naturalized citizen in 1988. I don't know what part of this that you're missing, but
dumbass.
The first page.
The first page. Okay, the first page.
Yes, certificate of naturalization. It's literally the first fucking page, you dipshit.
Okay, but what about all this other nonsense?
What about all the other nonsense?
What does this mean? What does this mean?
Do I really need to spell this out?
You need to spell it. You need to spell it the fuck out for me.
So you made the claim that she had a visa, but she didn't actually until after Don Jr. was born.
Oh,
he was a Canadian citizen. Don Jr. was born in 1977. She wasn't even issued a visa until 78. So I'm debunking your bullshit. You're welcome.
No, you're wrong. You're fucking wrong.
I'm not, because it says it right here, these primary sources. So if you want to just deny reality because it's right there in front of you, that's up to you. But you're the one that looks like an idiot.
And the Farmer's Almanac.
Farmer's Almanac?
Oh my god! These guys
so embarrassing.
Just fucking get it over with. Shut the fuck.
Shut up, Clay.
Hilarious. I've been called. It would have been better if you'd gone for Wednesday Addams. That's usually the go-to.
Yeah, that's your idol.
Pulled that off of Google.
My idol? No.
Just some rando picture. That's all it is.
There's probably some dude out there who it's his picture, and he saw this moment. He's like, oh, how did he get that picture of me?
I'm hoping that the guy comes into the chat one day. That's me.
While we're here, we got 7 minutes left. If you want to see Spin and his new girlfriend, Earl Killer.
Not in a million years.
Well, you got 7 minutes. Tell them whatever it is the fuck they need to do. They are currently sitting at 0 out of 10, sir.
They need to donate the money so I can destroy this goth bitch and tell her how many more times that she's fake.
Oh,
donate the money.
Oh my, Spin's on one tonight. Earl,
So
what do you
angry.
say to that?
Well, it's just very confusing. This very sad, tiny little man, has to
That's what she
keep
said.
making an idiot out of himself over and over again. But donate
Keep
and
your fucking makeup on, sweetie, and we'll see how made up you really.
Oh my God, these two just need to get a room at this point.
Right? Jesus Christ. I look fabulous without makeup, sweetie. But yes, donate. You wankers out there.
Donate. Toasty! Are you back with us now?
Yes, I believe I am. Holy shit. Anyway, if you guys don't donate your 5, your 10, your 15, your 20, maybe even your 50 or your 100, I will have to go all the way over personally to Congress and ask for some closure with my birthright citizenship to getting money. And that would be really, really bad. I don't want to have to do that, so please don't make me have to do that. Thank you.
Yes. Don't make Toasty do that, right, Clay?
That's right. That's right. We love Toasty here, and we love Maters. You know, what is it? Let me see. How much? We've only got 5 minutes left. How many donations do we need?
All 10.
You guys better get on it. You can do it. I know you can do it. I know you can do it though, for real, for real. I've seen
You can
guys
do
come
it.
through. Huh?
You can do it.
You can do it. Yeah. No, I've seen you guys come through in the clutch way more than this. And I appreciate you every time, because this kind of conversation has to be had anyway. Because as I've said time and time again, we're dealing with children. A lot of people don't like that idea that we're having to deal with this issue about children. But that's what it's about, right? People who are having children in this country while they are under unlawful statuses. And that's a problem. That's a problem. It's a real problem. And as much conversation as we can have around this is good, in my opinion. So, yeah. And I appreciate it. Donate.
Donate some freaking money. For the win! Have you gotten a word in yet?
I tried. You know, we got better from the last hour, but, you know, like Clay just said, you know, if you got a 10, a 20, we need 10 of them. So if you guys want to see the debauchery keep on going in the gauntlet here, help us out. We need all the help we can get, guys. So open up your wallets and help Miss Sarah out. Thank you.
Thank you. Cameroon, what you got?
As Clay was saying, we hell, I've even seen y'all clutch up in the last second, so I know y'all can dig into your pockets a little deeper and give Sarah that hard-earned money.
Yes. Hard-earned. Hard. Effigy.
Let's not end it now. Let's keep it going. One of you whales out there, give us that one big dono to keep it going. Where else on the internet can you find a live arena where a genuine live retard is being made to fight? It's like cockfighting, but better. Minus the cock.
Effigy, you kill me every time. Oh, goodness gracious. All right, kick it off. You guys got less than 3 minutes. Hopefully someone will hit it.
I took extra medication so I could sit here and destroy this fucking goth fucking dumbass makeup
Not
wearing.
working, babe.
Okay, so
it's good. It'll work.
You're just transfixed.
Okay, so going back to the original executive order that was issued by Trump, this was written to apply only to children born after February 19th of 2025. This is 30 days after the January 2025 order. So when it comes to the Trump children, it doesn't matter.
The Trump children that don't matter because he was a citizen when they were born.
They're citizens because of the 14th Amendment.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But going forward, it sounds like that's going to be the date, or whatever the Supreme Court rules in the near future here, there's going to be some sort of retroactive date that's going to be probably closer to within the last year. I don't think it's going to be going retroactive to all these other previous years. So to all the debate that we've been having tonight about that is kind of fruitless in a way. So then the question is going to simply be is, well, are you illegal and all of that? That's a completely separate issue. So when it comes to birthright citizenship, it's going to be from February 19th to 2025 or going forward ultimately.
Wow, way to stall the fucking panel for the win.
Can you guys help Sarah out and just at least donate something right now? That was fucking fire, guys. Come the fuck on.
Yeah.
No,
So, I got a question to
You're the birthright citizen.
the panel.
That would be nuts.
Go ahead, Toasty.
Well, actually, it's kind of like a 3-part question, but you guys agree that or at least it sounds like you guys agree that the parent doesn't get any access to the rights, right?
Right.
Correct?
Yeah, the 14th Amendment doesn't have anything to do with the parent who's birthing the child. It's only about the person born.
Right.
Okay. So the second question, actually, I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of the middle question then, and I'm just going to go straight to the third and make it the second. So then, are you guys actually okay with the government basically kidnapping these children from these parents?
No.
Because that's essentially what's going to have to happen if we're going to separate the babies from the born parents, the born babies from the parents.
Why would we have
So
to do
that's
that?
why it's not a winning argument for you, Effigy.
Well, no, and y'all's fucked up dystopia where you guys
say
can
that
sprawl through the entirety of society and try to rip people from their families. Sure, you would have to do that. In the regular world where the rest of us are moral
you're still
human
doing the
beings and
same
we
thing
don't
either
want
way.
that. No, we're not.
And it also depends on
you're still
how
doing
they're
the
coming
same
in.
thing. Your position.
Well, you're
Sorry,
just
go ahead.
assuming that these people are just like coming across the border and then giving birth. Many of these people. Well, many of these people have overstayed their visas, or they're seeking asylum,
and
or
then had a baby.
Yeah.
If they overstay their visa and they get pregnant with the baby and they give birth to that baby and they have it and then they gotta fucking go. Because their visas
go to a
already
hospital,
fucked
have
out.
the baby, then
They're
leave
getting
like
deported.
everyone else. What do you guys think happens?
Speaking of going, we're going to go in 15 minutes if our one big red dono isn't hit. We are officially in hit it or quit it mode, ladies and gentlemen. It is 3 a.m., so I don't blame you. It's been a really fun night. But we must end it if we don't receive that one big fat red dono go. So hit it or quit it. Back to you, Effigy.
So
yeah, I don't see what you guys
go
think
back
is going
to
to
you.
happen with that. Go ahead, Toasty.
No, the point I'm trying to make to you is that the liberal democratic position is they should actually be against it like they always have been historically.
What do you mean?
You guys should
the
be
liberal
against
position?
birthright citizenship. Send the baby home with the illegal immigrant.
Why? Why should we be against it?
They can do that, yeah, but then they would still get citizenship. They would just take it with them. They would get dual
Positioning against
citizenship.
birthright citizenship has always
No, they
been
wouldn't.
a states'
Yeah.
right traditional conservative position in this country.
No,
it
it
has
has
always been
not.
those people.
It has not.
Yes,
And
it
the
has.
baby
it
would
has
just
not.
get dual
That was ratified
citizenship
in
from wherever
1856. That
you
is
send
not
them.
all. That has not always been a part of the United States.
Wait,
no, it's not.
It's always been the
It was
people's
not. It
right.
wasn't. It was ratified in 1856.
The Dixiecrats were indeed
No, it
conservatives.
hasn't.
Yes, it's.
No, it
I'm
hasn't.
trying to
so they
yeah.
switched
No, it
parties.
hasn't.
No, they switched names.
No, it has
Whatever,
not
dude.
always been a
Whatever,
part of the
dude. You're
United
full of
States.
shit.
They didn't
No,
switch
it's
parties. They
looking at
switched
the
names.
No, they just. Hey guys, we're gonna get together without the American people watching, and we're gonna change our names
It
to
has
the
not
other
always been a
person's
part of the
name.
United States.
What are you talking
Literally
about?
what happened.
Fucking retarded.
They
Holy
did.
shit.
They did change colors about 25 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to convince these idiots of this. They just they'll do whatever they can to run away from their actual ideological history.
The Republicans or the Whigs.
No,
have
I'm not
always
running.
been
Where
the
am I
same
fucking
party.
running anywhere?
It's the
Republicans were
Democrats
founded as
that
the
have
most
been
liberal party in
swinging
the country.
wildly from one side to the
No,
other.
the Dixiecrats were a faction of conservative Southern Democrats who broke away in 1948. Conservative.
No, they were
being the
never
word.
that. They were never that.
That's straight from Google.
Yes, they
The
were.
idea of
Yes,
liberalism,
they have the
right?
exact same
This
voting
is where
constituency as the current Southern
you don't really
Republicans. The
understand what
exact
Well,
same.
states'
Blue Dog
rights
Democrats,
is.
they were called that too.
Liberalism is the idea that the top of the food chain, the federal government, has less power than the guys underneath. That's liberalism. The states' rights idea, that came from liberalism. The governors have a lot of power now because of liberalism. You dummy.
Liberalism's about individual rights, my friend.
Right.
It doesn't matter whether it's individual or a group. So the county level, that's liberalism. Compared to the king, that idea, the king, divine right of kings, that's a complete
You're
authoritarian.
going on a tangent once again.
Autocracy,
Liberalism
as
aligned
you would
itself
call
with
it.
heavy federalism as soon as states'
Bro, the
rights
idea
started
of
to fucking keep
liberalism
people
is-
enslaved.
It goes all the way down. All the way down to the people. The individual has the power.
I'm done letting right wingers try to define what
You're so
liberalism
dumb.
is.
I'm not a fucking right winger, stupid. You keep
definitely
claiming
a
that I'm
right-winger,
right winger.
Clay.
I'm center. I'm center right, but I'm
you
center.
can call that.
You're
You can say that all you want. You and Balderson can both say that all you want.
What? Okay, tell me what liberalism
coded.
is. Is there any authoritarianism in liberalism?
In liberalism, no.
No, exactly.
In leftism,
so in other
yeah.
words, we all are fancy free little hippies running around with nobody power over us, right?
No, if you get far left, then you're not liberal anymore. You're illiberal.
Right. Yeah, a liberal and a leftist and a progressive are not the same things.
No shit, because you're a bunch of fucking retards. You don't understand power structure.
Great argument.
So the highest power structure,
I just said they're not different, and therefore I'm stupid because I don't.
Authoritarian power structure, that's extreme far right. Okay, the idea of going left from that, left, all the way. Liberalism,
Socialism
the extreme
and
liberalist,
communism, yeah, those are pretty
absolutely
authoritarian.
no power. It actually lands on anarchy.
Liberalism is center left.
No, no, because I said it wasn't. It's no,
and classical liberalism, I'd argue, was the Republicans before the religious right.
He was warning us about it, but he actually pointed it out for you. And it's your daddy, Marx, not mine.
I'm more of a classical liberal, which is actually kind of a center-right position.
Ideology, I get it. Yes, this is great. 100% great. But you're still left of extreme authoritarianism.
You guys
kind of more center-right.
Standing in solidarity with each other, that you have to create distances between your modern counterparts and your past counterparts. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
You guys don't even stand in solidarity.
You
with
understand
each other.
that political parties and ideological camps are different things.
Yes, right? I do understand that. But the thing is, your guys' slogans are all, let's stand in unity together. But you guys don't. The second somebody starts
we're not doing that.
Any one of your... hold on,
we tried
Earl.
that big tent shit, and we got the tankies and the fucking socialists, and they are not, I don't think that they're...
so you're not going to stand in solidarity with your brothers
also,
and sisters?
the left requires coalition politics because it has actual hard delineated groups. The right is very homogenous in many respects.
Yes, groupies. Yeah, you need your group, right?
So you're not unified? You're not even unified?
Their groups exist regardless. No,
separate yourself out. I love it that you're separating yourself out because you're a fucking idiot, but you're still an idiot. Why do you hate Americans?
I don't hate America.
If you're a lefty and a liberal, that means you want a group politics.
No,
right?
I'm not a lefty, and I'm more of a classical liberal, which, as I said, is more of a center-right position.
There's one fucking party here. We're all having a fucking party. It's one fucking party. It's America. America first.
It's not, though.
Hold on.
Exactly. Why do you hate Americans?
Never has been.
Exactly. Thank you. You admit the.
No, I hate this administration. I don't hate this country.
You admit the shitty part on the outside. I get it.
So at the founding of the country, it was all for one there, Clay?
Why do you hate...
Nobody who was getting put out?
Wait.
Come on.
Why, Earl, why do you hate this administration? Hold on, Clay. I just let me...
Because this is the most corrupt administration, and I don't vote for sex pests.
Oh, are you... exactly. There it is. Right fucking there. Are you
raped a woman, and I don't vote for rapists?
Oh, he raped somebody. Please tell me where in any file, where in any documentation that he has been charged, convicted.
He was found civilly liable. He was found civilly liable.
That's much
and the only
different.
reason that he wasn't found guilty of rape is because of the statute in New York at the time.
You goth bitches. Go look at the Epstein files.
This isn't the Epstein files. This is
he's never
Eugene
done
Carroll's
anything.
case.
You know what?
Never done anything.
This is your
but he doesn't know anything about this. So,
Spin.
What?
Jane Doe 4. In the
Oh, you're breaking up, babe.
Keep your Temu Wi-Fi. This is the big boys club.
2017.
Keep your fucking Temu Wi-Fi somewhere else. This is the big boys club. Okay.
And look at the E. Jean Carroll case.
Jane Doe 4.
Wait a minute, E. Jean Carroll. What did that have to do with Trump? Shut the
Trump was found civilly liable of assaulting her.
Oh, wait a minute. Civilly liable. Yes. Civilly liable. Wait a minute. So If I were to go out and do something like that, I'm going to be civilly liable.
The reason that they had to do it through a civil case. Excuse me. The reason that they had to do it through a civil case was because of how long it had been.
Liberal tears.
It is because of how long it had been, and also because of the way that the statute was written back then in New York.
This is what happens with right-wingers. You try to explain reality to them and they think you're crying.
No, but you seem to be that stupid since you have no idea what I'm talking about.
So if I go out and grape a child per your standard, I am only civilly liable.
This wasn't a child. This was an adult.
Anyone.
Spin,
You're
fix your
telling me
question.
that someone actually committed a real thing of a essay, an extreme essay, and that person wasn't actually held criminally liable. He wasn't even tried. He wasn't charged. Nothing.
Yes, he was. No, that he was tried and found civilly liable. Yes, essentially guilty.
Civilly.
In a civil court, yes, but found guilty in a civil court is what that means. Yes.
And a civil court is much different than a criminal court.
I could claim against in the chat.
They didn't
You
bring
think that's Goth Queen. You have to be criminally charged, correct?
It wasn't under a criminal statute. So there's two different kinds.
You're telling me that essay and grape are not criminal statutes?
It's because of how long it had been.
Bullshit. Guess what? Guess what?
No, it's not bullshit. That's literally why.
It's because you wouldn't be able to get them criminal.
The way the law works with any type of crime of that caliber, there is no statute of limitations. Fuck you. You're dumb. You are very dumb.
There is a statute of limitations, and there are.
All right, hold on.
It was not a statute.
You're such an asshole. My goodness.
The white liberal women will be the death of fucking America, and you are the epitome of the fucking clause.
You have no idea who I am or what I believe.
Who the fuck you are? You're fake. You're a fake ass bitch. That's what you are.
I'm a fake ass bitch. Okay, great, cool, dude. I mean, you don't know me, but
take a second, Spin.
No, hold on, Toasty.
Take 5, Spin. Just take 5 to calm down.
All right, so the show will be done by that point. But the point is, though, is that the preponderance of evidence that is needed in a civil trial is much lower than of a criminal trial. And in order to do what you guys did with him in that venue, that's the only way you were going to simply get any of this done. None of it was true. If you wanted to go for the criminal,
like you think it's a conspiracy
wrong by
theory.
giving his DNA.
It's not a conspiracy theory. Go fuck yourself. Are you fucking kidding me?
What you guys did.
The bar is low. You need a higher degree in a criminal trial than in a civil trial, and that's why it happened the way it did. It was,
and that's the only way.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the record,
Trump wouldn't actually give his DNA in that case.
For the record, Uncle Fatty just got here, and there's only 2 minutes left on the timer. We need one big fat red dono to keep going, or else Uncle Fatty's gonna be sad. Go ahead.
You need to. There is no statute of limitation on a high-profile offense.
Only people this stupid would be surprised when the guy caught on tape saying he could grab him in the pussy actually grab someone in the pussy. Only stupid people would be surprised.
You know who else is constantly
not grab bitches in the pussy?
And you know what he was actually talking about?
Bill Cosby, bro. Was
Bro,
Bill
listen,
Cosby
are you saying to me
Why that
now
logic?
that you're not into grabbing pussies?
No, he was talking about the Michelle Obama world.
Without permission. Oh, okay.
Why his
Because
logic?
I
Who they are until you actually grab them by the
it
pussy.
sounded like
That's
to
the
me
reason why
that
he
you were
said
about
it.
grabbing dicks.
Hold on. By
My
FG's logic,
feelings get hurt when I see you, so I can't handle that. So you need to change what you're doing so I can feel better about you.
Go feel better. Go feel better in your crowd, liberal fuck.
I can't handle being around people like you because my feelings get hurt. So you need to
I can't stand being around your dumbass ideology.
You do realize
Well, you're right up there. You're right up there for
1 minute
committing
left.
You do realize the meaning of the word project.
1 minute left.
1
to hit
minute
the
left, folks.
dono.
1 minute left.
You're Uncle fucking Fester looking fuck. You are right up there with that fucking white liberal bitch. With there's no statute limitation. There's a statute of limitation. No,
Spin, I hate to break it to you, but it's not our liberalism that makes you angry. That's just your life.
That someone with
Lead
such
a very
crazy
happy life,
information
thank you.
only came forward when the man was running for president. Never before. And then all of a sudden, here she shows up and said, well, because he's running for president, I was sexually assaulted.
Except for the 125 that did, right?
Go back out on the protest line and
All of a sudden, here they come like a line. And Me Too. This is exactly why the Me Too movement failed. Because of that very fucking thing.
Except for all the
here it is.
I needed a birth control that could keep up with my lifestyle.
Because I could deal with cramps, but not something cramping my style.
That's why we chose Nuva Bling.
The discreet yet diamond-encrusted ring that inserts neatly into the vagina.
It's pizzazz that slides right up into my choach.
Plus, you can customize Nuva Bling by adding your own fierce and glamorous charms. And instead of throwing Nuva Bling away each month, you can reuse it as jewelry.
So wow up that womb.
Slam up that slam.
And shine up that shine.
With Nuva Bling!
Say goodbye to the same old birth control with Nuva Bling.